Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I would like to open the hearing today by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing in today's hearing are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, today we have our next witness, Edward Soldo, and Mr. Soldo has not yet been sworn.
Okay.
Soldo, I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Soldo.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with some questions about your background. What is your current title with the City of Hamilton?
My current title is the Chief Road Official.
How long have you held that position?
I believe I've held that position since June of last year.
And prior to that, were you the Acting Director of Engineering Services?
No, that the acting director, I was concurrently acting director as well as the Chief Road Official for a time frame in late last fall, early this year.
Okay. And as the acting director concurrently with the Chief Road Official, before you took on the Chief Road Official, was your title Director, Transportation Operations and Maintenance?
That's correct.
And did you hold that role between February of 2019 and June of 2021, approximately?
That's correct.
And you said that you held the acting director position, that is acting director of engineering services, from late last fall to early this year. And does the November 2021 to February 2022 sound about right in terms of the time frame?
It does, approximately, yes.
Prior to February 2019, I understand that your role was Director Roads and Traffic.
Yes, it was the previous name of the position for Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance.
And you held that from July 2018 to February 2019?
July 31st, yes.
And that was your first day at the city?
That was.
Okay. So just to understand the two director roles that you had, first the roads and traffic, and then second, the transportation operations and maintenance. Was that simply a title change, or did that change responsibilities as well?
That was a title change after the reorg of the division. There was some minor movement of staff at that time.
Okay. Mr. Soldo, we're going to be going through some documents that the registrar will screen share for us, and I'm going to start that now. Registrar, could you pull up OD 9A, page 339, please? Actually, 338 and 339, please. So Mr. Soldo, just because we're starting out with screen sharing, can you see both pages and then also our video screens?
I can. They're a bit small, but yes.
They're not obstructed?
They're not.
Okay, great. So this is a email, you'll see at page 338, paragraph 798, where Mr. McKinnon, General Manager of Public Works, sent an email around in January of 2019, setting out an upcoming departmental reorganization. And you'll see that at the bottom of 339 and into, 338 and into 339, he notes, and Registrar, perhaps you can bring this up, just the bullet point. So the division has a new name, Roads and Traffic is now Transportation Operations and Maintenance. This division will remain under your leadership, and it has 3 sections: roadway maintenance, transportation operations, and business initiatives. Is that the reorganization that you were talking about?
That's correct.
Registrar, if you can take that down, please. And then the following bullet points, it indicates that Bob Paul would be the manager of roadway maintenance. Thank you, Registrar. Martin White would be under would be leading transportation operations, and a new manager would be put in place for business initiatives. So just so that I understand, in terms of the difference between your role as Director of Roads and Traffic and this new role, in terms of the Transportation Operations Division, was there any changes in terms of who reported to you?
Previously, there was 4 managers that had reported to myself. And through the reorganization, we went down to 3. Martin and Bob Paul's previously reported to me, and they did through the new reorganization as well.
Okay. So in terms of traffic operations, formerly traffic operations and engineering, there was no change in terms of your subordinates?
No.
Registrar, you can take this down, the OD. In this reorganization, was there any change to in whom you reported to?
There was not.
And who is that?
Mr. McKinnon, the General Manager of Public Works.
Thank you. So just going back to your start at the city, I think you said your start date was July 31, 2018.
That's correct.
And prior to joining the city of Hamilton, what was your immediate predecessor position?
I worked at the City of London as the Director of Roads and Transportation.
How long did you hold that role?
That's my memory here. I believe about 6 years.
Okay. And before that, did you hold other roles in the City of London, or were you elsewhere?
I was elsewhere.
Where were you?
Prior to that, I was with the City of St. Thomas.
And what was your role at the City of St. Thomas?
The Manager of Operations.
And did you hold that role for about 3 years?
That would be correct.
Turning to your educational background, can you describe for me what degrees or diplomas you hold?
I have a Bachelor's of Engineering from McMaster, as well as a Diploma of Public Administration from Western.
When did you receive your Bachelor's in Engineering?
1995.
And did you have a specific specialty within engineering?
Civil engineering.
And within civil, did you have any particular specialty?
Mm-hmm. No, it was more general.
Okay. Are you a member of the Association of Professional Engineers of Ontario?
I am.
how long have you had that professional designation?
Just my memory here, I believe it's 1997 or 98.
Okay, so for some time.
Yes.
Do you have any particular education in traffic safety?
Traffic safety.
Mhm.
Taken various courses over the years related to traffic safety.
And what about pavement structure
I do not.
that have been part of your general education within your bachelor's program?
I believe there was a geotechnical course that we were taking.
Do you understand as a professional engineer the concept of friction?
I wouldn't say that I'm an expert in friction, but I do understand the concept.
Okay. Turning your mind back to 2018 and 2019, did you have knowledge at that time about methods of testing friction?
2018, 2019, I would have very limited knowledge of testing friction, forced friction.
Okay. And what would that limited knowledge include?
And very limited, just understanding that, some municipalities, or some other ministry might be taking testing, but how it's undertaken, I wouldn't have knowledge.
So going back to when you started at the city in 2018, I understand that you succeeded Betty Matthews Malone in this role. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you tell me about the transition period between you and Ms. Matthews Malone?
Miss Malone was there, I believe, for I want to say for a 1 or 2 week time frame. She did take some vacation in between while I was there. First day I got there, we would have sat down, and there's an onboarding process that the city has for directors. Sitting down with the predecessor, going through various processes, talking about things such as the capital budget. Well, starting off with going through the org chart, who reports to you, what those individuals do, providing me with a greater understanding of the overall org structure and who does what. Would have gone through things like the policies that are required as a director coming in to have an understanding from a human resources perspective. Would have gone through things like capital budget, the operating budget. Would have gone through the staff report process for staff reports, going to council. And then we got into more specific division, sort of specific issues, going through the OBL list, quite a bit of outstanding business list items. So she would have provided me with a status update of where things are, what is still outstanding, when it's coming up. And then Betty had a sheet that she'd give me of major issues, and that had everything on there from personnel, HR issues to issues related to running certain particular issues in terms of operations of the division itself, to anything else that might be of importance that she wanted me to know. So that's probably a high level summary of that. But we spent, I would say, a day or two of pretty much trying to do a information exchange at that time, and then having getting into the work itself for the first couple of days. And I sat in her old office, having access to all the things that she had. And then she sat in the office next to me, and if I had any questions, I could go ask her. So that was kind kind of a high level overview of the onboarding at that time.
Thank you. So at the beginning of that answer, you said that that there was an onboarding process that the city has for directors. Did you understand there was some formalized onboarding process?
Well, it's pretty formal. They had a big binder of various tabs and all sorts of things to go through.
Okay. In terms of the actual information that Ms. Matthews-Malone provided and the way she provided information, did you understand that there was some consistency in how she did that as part of a broader city process? Or alternatively, was that just how she was providing information to you?
I believe it was part of a larger process from the city. It was pretty formal in terms of steps.
Okay. You mentioned in your answer that she went through the OBL list, the outstanding business list, and that she had a sheet of things that she wanted you to know. Did you and Ms. Matthews-Malone discuss anything to do with the Red Hill or the link during that transition period?
In going through the OBL, there's a number of OBL items that are Red Hill related, actually quite a few items that were Red Hill related. So she would have provided me with an overview of the various initiatives.
Okay. And apart from those on the OBL list or the OBL, did she provide you with any other context or information having to do with the Red Hill or the link?
I was in her office and she had created nice little piles for me on my back desk of various initiatives and reports. There was multiple file cabinets in her office. But in that pile, she had kind of put the more pertinent, important things.
Okay, and did those pertinent, important things include anything to do with the Red Hill or the link?
She had quite the file or files of Red Hill related, given all the work that had occurred in the past. On that, she had kept staff reports, copies of reports, those sort of things.
Okay. When you say copies of reports, you mean staff reports?
Both consultant reports, staff reports.
Okay, and in that early transition period, did you review those staff reports?
I started making my way through the various piles. I can't recall exactly what I went through all, but I tried to make my way and get an understanding of what were in those piles.
Okay. Did Ms. Matthews-Malone convey to you that there was a strategy to try to deal with the number of items on the OBL that had to do with the link and the Red Hill?
We did talk about the various OBL items and who was doing what, mostly being delivered through traffic operations group or traffic operations, sorry. In terms of a strategy, a lot of those items were similar of nature and being put together, but it was very like a high level overview.
Okay. Did you understand that there was there had already been a decision made to put those items together and provide them in a more comprehensive way to back to the Public Works Committee?
Not unclear on what items you'd be referring to.
Well, you had said there was a number of items on the OBL list that dealt with the link and the Red Hill. And then you said a lot of them were similar in nature and being put together. And perhaps I misunderstand what you meant by put together. So my question was, did you understand that there was a decision had been made to group similar items related to the Red Hill and the link and put them to the Public Works Committee as a larger report involving many OBL items?
So maybe if I can provide some clarity. When I say group them together, I was referring to things like the Vision Zero Road Safety Action Plan. That's its own separate initiative. There is the annual collision report. Those two kind of go hand in hand. And then there's things like speed limit review that was being undertaken that time, as well as I believe a report on Bill 65. Those two kind of go hand in hand. So that's what I was referring to. They would be separate reports, but you want to try to bring them forward at the similar sort of time frame.
Okay. So the piles that Ms. Matthews-Malone had for you, I think you said they included staff reports and consultant reports. Is that right?
Yes.
Did they include one or more reports from the consultant SEMA?
I believe so.
I think your evidence just a few moments ago was that you made your way through them, but you're not sure exactly when you were able to get through them. Is that right?
I would have, in the first 2 weeks, first week, I would have made my way through the piles just to have an understanding what's there.
Okay. And did the staff report summarized or purported to summarize the underlying consultant reports? Did you actually read the underlying consultant reports as well?
I can't recall what depth of review I had undertaken at that time.
Okay. Did Ms. Matthews-Malone provide you with information about the speed limit study that you were just talking about and Vision Zero? Did that come from her, or did that come from staff who were underneath you?
Both. And later on in my onboarding, or my first couple of weeks, I also met with the managers and various staff members and went through the OBLs with them.
Okay. As part of the first couple of weeks of your onboarding, did you review any past media or newspaper articles about the Red Hill or the link?
I wasn't living in Hamilton at the time, and obviously living in London previously. I really didn't have access to that media. So I can't recall if I specifically went and did any searching, but at the time, it would have been only what was being discussed, as of when I started, sort of.
Okay. Did you receive any updates on any litigation that those underneath you were assisting in?
And what time frame are you referring to?
In the first couple of weeks of your tenure.
I believe I was aware of the litigation, because that was one of the items on Betty's list of things, but I can't recall if it was related to Red Hill, to be honest.
Okay. Do you recall ever receiving a list of all of the litigation that your team members were assisting with?
Yeah.
Either as document collectors or deponents or affiants?
I do not recall getting a list of all the items now.
Okay. You asked for some clarity about the time frame for my question about updates on litigation. At some point after those first few weeks, did you come to get an update about litigation that traffic operations staff were involved in?
I would say during the meetings that I had with Martin and others, they may have conveyed to me the various litigation they're involved with, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Okay. You said you met with all of the managers. So for traffic operations, at that time, traffic operations and engineering, that was Mr. White. Is that right?
Martin White, that's correct.
And David Ferguson was the traffic, the superintendent of traffic safety, I believe was his title. He he had leadership for traffic safety after the reorg. Did you meet directly with Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, I did.
With Mr. White or separately?
I can't recall.
Okay. In your initial discussions with Mr. White, did he update you on the status of projects related to the Red Hill?
And he would have provided me an update on status on all the projects that they were working on.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up OD9A, please? Page 44 and 45. So again, Mr. Soldo, I'm just seeing you squint a little bit. How is the font on this? It's a little small?
Challenging.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring out paragraph 110, please? This is before that you've even started, July 20th, about conversations that happened even before that. And the email exchanges are in relation to updating a memo that involved SEMA studies and other city initiatives in respect of the Red Hill and the link. And over time, Mr. White asked for these updates, and here is one example. Please update the list of completed items and include a section on upcoming reports we owe to the Public Works, as we owe a few. And he says, please have the update completed for August 24 or sooner. So if you can close that down, Registrar, and if you can now bring up 111, please. And then this is also from July 20. Mr. White wrote to Mr. Ferguson, flipping that earlier email, and said, meeting with Dan on September 4, we should bring Edward up to speed on this one. Let's keep the due date to me at August 24. Okay. You can close that down. Do you recall Mr. White updating you in just the first 2 or 3 weeks of your tenure about the projects that the Red Hill had to do and the intention to provide an update to Public Works?
Sorry, which time frame are you referring to?
Just in the first 2 or 3 weeks of your tenure. I'm trying to keep it really, so if you can cast your mind back to those early days of your time at the city. Do you recall Mr. White updating you about the projects related to the Red Hill? And from that email we just looked at, the intention to provide an update to Public Works?
I don't call that specific conversation. I know that when I first started, I believe I met with Mr. White in the first week or so, but then he was on vacation for a couple of weeks there. So I don't have a recollection of that specific topic. We would have probably met with the general overview, and I don't recall specifics of it.
Okay. Did you have a general understanding with, let's say, within the first month of your time at the city, that Mr. White intended to update Public Works about ongoing Red Hill related projects?
I can't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 48, please? And Registrar, can you just pull this out? You can pull out the entirety of paragraph 119 just to make it a little bigger. So in August of, pardon me, 2018, Mr. White and another traffic operations staff member, Mr. Perrins, prepared a staff report for the Public Works Committee for a meeting to be held in September about the 2017 annual traffic safety status report, which included a number of statistics about the city as a whole and collision rates, and also some very specific collision data for the Link and the Red Hill. Were you aware in August of 2018 that this report was going to be made public and placed before Public Works?
Going through the OBLs with Betty and at that time with Martin, we would have discussed the annual collision report.
Did Mr. White tell you that this was an initiative that had been dormant for some time, and the 2017 report was going to be a restart of collision reports?
I don't recall at the time.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the following page, 49, please? And you'll see at paragraph 121, Mr. White forwarded you an attachment with a draft Public Works staff report and a copy of the collision report. And he notes that this report and a Bill 65 report will be sent to you this week. Pardon me, I think I misspoke. He forwarded you an attachment that had the collision report and referenced finalizing the staff report. Do you recall reviewing the draft annual collision safety report when Mr. White forwarded it to you?
I do.
Did you sit down with any staff member involved in its creation to discuss its contents?
I recall sitting down with, I believe, Dave Ferguson. I'm not exactly sure of the time frame here to provide me with an overview, but at the same time get some of my feedback. It was a very draft report. It had many improvements that need to be made.
When you say the draft report, you mean the actual annual collision report rather than the staff report?
Yes, the annual collision report was in PowerPoint. The final version, if you see, it's not in PowerPoint. It's actually made into a report. So my recollection was there was many things that needed to be addressed within that report when I reviewed it.
Okay, and in terms of sort of formatting, or also in terms of content?
Both in terms of formatting, content, layout, different metrics, errors in terms of numbers.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up page 50 along with 49, please? Thank you. So, Mr. Solder, I'm happy to go into the actual document, but the OD does excerpt some of the slides from that draft report. And in particular, the sections that are excerpted here are those that relate to the Link and the Red Hill. do you recall having discussions with Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson about collisions on the Link and the Red Hill as identified in the annual collision report?
We would have gone through and done an overview of the report itself. So that would have included this.
Okay. And did they convey to you anything about the history of assessing collisions on the Red Hill?
I don't have a lot of specific recollections, but I would assume, in terms of putting this in context, that they would have identified, the other collision analysis that have been undertaken at the time or previously.
For example, the two SEMA studies that have been done, did they raise those with you?
I don't have a specific recollection. That would be a natural assumption.
Okay. This is, I raised this. This is, I think around August 15th. You've only been at the city for a couple of weeks. So I think this is likely your first in-depth review in any way on issues with the Red Hill and the Link. Is that your recollection as well? This would have been the first time you really engaged with issues around the Red Hill and the Link?
I may previously going through the pile that Betty gave me. I've looked at some of the things, but this is my first review of the annual collision report.
Okay. Did you have any concerns when reading this report about the proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill?
It would be something that I would have noted in terms of the proportions.
And when you say you noted it, you noted it to what end?
Well, the graphic that you've put up is, if you can blow it up a bit, it's the collision by road surface. So within the context of that area of the report, is that's one of many characteristics that would have been looked at.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any discussions with Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson about the proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill?
They would have highlighted that, although it is one characteristic, in terms of the collisions. So what this report really is a presentation of various characteristics. And maybe it might be better if you actually open up the overall report, so I can provide some context to that.
Sure. Is there something specific that would help in terms of context? I can provide it to you. It is HAM 1402. And if you want to go to image 45, that's just where we were.
Right. So when I'm looking at this, and you asked the question related to the proportion of wet weather collisions. So again, this is one characteristic. We would have had a discussion about, there is the higher proportion, but we've also would have had a discussion about the other characteristics that are identified in the report itself, because this is just one. And when you're looking at this, to a lay person, it's pretty easy to jump to conclusions in terms of what this means, but really have to look at this characteristic in the overall scheme of all the data that you have.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to the next slide? So is this the kind of data that you're talking about, the kinds of collision issues?
Yeah, and maybe if I can kind of provide you with a perspective of how I would be looking at this data.
Please do.
Generally overall. So maybe if I can ask you to start at the very beginning of this overall report, put it in context of how I would have considered this report when I reviewed it in the overall context. So if you can maybe start at the very beginning of the report, and we'll come back to the Red Hill section.
Sure.
So if there's a slide and a couple of slides down, I don't know what number it is, which provides overall numbers for the city itself.
That's right. I think it starts on 4. I don't know if this is the one that you're thinking of. It might be 5.
Might be next one. Keep going. Past the traffic initiatives. It's when they actually identify some of the numbers. There. Right, so I'll start here in terms of trying to give you an understanding of what I'm looking at when I'm looking at this report itself. First and foremost, the city has adopted a Vision Zero approach to roadway safety, and the real goal of Vision Zero is to reduce the number of fatal and severe fatalities that occur on the roadway. And if you look at that graph on the bottom, not the graph, my apologies, is the chart. I'm looking at the number of total collisions in the city, and then I'm looking at the number of injury collisions. And when I look at that, I'm looking at assessing, how is not only what is the level of safety in the city in terms of collisions, but also are we moving in the right direction in terms of dealing with enhancing safety of the city. So the total number of collisions there goes up, which is to be expected given the fact that volumes go up and population goes up. But when I'm looking at the effectiveness of the program that the city's undertaking, I'm looking at primarily the injury collisions and the fatal collisions. And that chart sort of shows that they're going down, at least in 2017, because that's really the goal of Vision Zero. We understand that there's going to be collisions, but if we do have a collision, you want to ensure that we have less severe collisions. So we can go back now to the Red Hill, because that was the question about how I was assessing Red Hill. We can go back to,
Image 45. Thank you.
Or at the beginning of that slide, because it's really, you need to look at this in the overall context of all the characteristics that you have there. I believe if you can scroll back.
42.
Very beginning of that section. So this is a statistical I think
it's 41.
41. So this provides you the raw numbers in terms of the number of collisions, and it provides you the numbers that you have for injury and fatal collision. So I'm looking at these numbers in terms of how effective is the work that we've been doing in the past. What is the relative safety of the two facilities? And it should be pointed out that these two facilities are quite different. You have different volumes, you have different geometrics. One is straight, one is a curvilinear. Red Hill is actually quite curvy, has curves in it. It has a significant grade coming off the escarpment. So they're not an apples to apples comparison because of the fact that they have different geometrics. And on the Red Hill, you have a different microclimate too as you go from the mountain down to the lake. So the point I'm trying to make is there's many different characteristics that you have to look at, but you also have to recognize that these two facilities are not the same, that they will operate and function at a different level. So these graphs are a good summary of the total number of collisions. And particularly for me, when I'm looking at it, going back to our Vision Zero principles, I'm looking at the injury and fatal collisions because those are the indicator, are things getting better or are things getting worse? And my takeaway from here is that both of them are getting better from a injury and fatal perspective in terms of numbers. If you want to flip to the next slide, because
I'm gonna stop you there, recognizing I'm sure you have more to say, but I do want to ask you a question before we move forward. What you just said is that you're looking at the injuries and fatal collisions, and your takeaway is that these are getting better. Did you have discussions with Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson in which they communicated that to you, or is that based on just your review of the report?
I'm just giving you my perspective of when I first read the report.
Okay, and so you'll see here on this page, the total collisions on the link have increased by 18%. As you say, as volumes increase, total collisions may increase, but the number of police reported collisions decreased by 16% and collisions resulting in injuries decreased by 28%. Then if you go down to the equivalent information in respect of the Red Hill, police reported collisions have increased by 29% and injury collisions have increased by 17% with overall total collisions at 51%. And so just so I understand your evidence, your takeaway was that in respect of the Red Hill, that things were looking good?
No.
The trends were going in the right direction?
I maybe provide some context to that. Again, I'll take you back to that identified that these two are not apples to apples comparisons, that they are different facilities. One is straight and flat, one has curves, grade, different climate, different volumes, all of that. So again, you can't do a straight comparison between the two. It's not applicable given the various characteristics. What I was referring to in getting better is the last couple of years on Red Hill. You have property damage at 80, 58, and 59, and so that's going down, and the injury collisions too. So it is not a 5-year trend. I was just kind of commenting specifically on the last 3 years. But over the 5 years, if you were to do that comparison, you're correct that I was referring to the last 3 years themselves.
Thank you. Did Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White convey to you the work that traffic operations and engineering had done coming out of the 2013 SEMA report and the 2015 SEMA report that were intended to be safety countermeasures?
I was aware of the various safety countermeasures that there were safety measures being implemented. Those safety countermeasures do take time to show up in terms of the overall statistics. So depending on what it is, it's not it'll show up in future dates. So then if we get back to my initial answer to you, if you can flip through the various slides here, if you go to the next one. Maybe go to the next one. And this is actually a really important slide. As I said earlier, you don't necessarily want to do an apples to apples comparison between the link because they are different characteristics. But one of the things I'm looking at is the severity of those collisions, because that's the indicator, that's the standard that we're looking at. In terms of, is the system getting better or is it getting worse? And I don't want to do the direct comparison here, but when I look at that slide there, the number of fatal and non-fatal injury collisions is about 42% on the link, on the Red Hill over the course of those 5 years. And then when I look at the link, you have about 60% being fatal and non-injury. So that is actually a metric that sort of jumped out to me, is that the link could be technically said to be performing at a lower safety level, because the amount of severe collisions that we're experiencing there is higher on the link than it is on the Red Hill. You can take away from here that the Red Hill is actually safer than the link. So again, this is just another data point, another characteristic, but it's an important one for me because that is our goal, is to be reducing the overall number of severe and fatal collisions, because that is really our goal through Vision Zero. And if you can go to the next slide.
I think I've lost track of what my question was.
It was well, I believe the question was, what did I take away from that slide? And my initial response to you was, you can't just look at one characteristic. You have to look at all of them. And I won't go through all of them. I won't give you my analysis on all of them, but I just do want to flip down to a few more. If you go down to the next one. So this is the one that I believe you referred to, the 65 and 14%. So that there is, that disparity in terms of the number of wet weather collisions, and this is related to road surface. If you go down to the next slide, this is actually a really important slide as well, because this goes to driver action, and this speaks to one of the leading causes of collisions on the facilities themselves. And when you look at these numbers here, I'll start with driving properly. More people are driving properly on the link than they are on the red hill. So that's really important. What is the driver action? The other characteristics we spoke about was, surface condition. There's daylighting conditions in here. There's all of those, but these are directly related to the driver. And what is the driver doing end of the day as they're taking their vehicle down there? So driving properly is not at the same level on the RHEP as it is on the link. I want to, the prevailing theme at the time of the previous reports, staff reports, and the analysis that was undertaken, it really speaks a lot to the one in the middle there, which is speeding too fast. And when you look at that metric there, there's significantly higher amount of people that are speeding on the red hill than there is on the link. I don't have the numbers, but if I was to guess there, it's at least 3 times more people speeding, the driver action that causes collisions on the red hill than it is on the link.
I'm going to stop you there. I have some questions on that point. Did Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson convey to you any impression about whether speeding was an issue on the red hill in particular?
Yeah, I would say that was the prevailing theme at the time, that a major focus for them in the past. And when you look at the OBL items, there's a lot of items that are related to speeding, looking at the speed limit, looking at automated enforcement, looking at, enhanced enforcement from the police. So when I was looking at the OBL, that was something that jumped out to me. Like, there's a lot of items here that are related to speed. That's kind of the prevailing theme at the time, is that, there's a lot of speeding issues that are causing accidents on the red hill. So, if we kept going on to the various slides here.
Thank you, Mr. Solda. I appreciate you trying to give your evidence, and I certainly want you to have the opportunity to do so. I would like to move on to another topic.
If I could just maybe wrap up for a second
Sure.
with just a few other points. If you can flip through the slides here. Keep going. I won't get into the 2017 numbers, but you see the same patterns there. If you keep going, flip to the slides. Keep going. Keep going. Sorry, if you can go back to that last slide. And I spoke to you about driver actions in the past, and so I want to kind of look at a different characteristic here, and this is a really important characteristic as well. When you see the amount of young drivers, and I would say inexperienced drivers that are involved in collisions on the red hill, that is considerably higher. It's almost the math here, 5% there, and we younger drivers, tend to drive faster as well. So it's more about inexperienced drivers. So that's a very interesting metric. That's something that jumps out to me given the vast disparity that is there. And if we just quickly scroll through some of the rest, then I will wrap up, I promise. These numbers here speak to 2017 numbers, and they're very much in parallel with the other ones previously over the 5 years. And again, you have higher amounts of fatal and non-injury collisions in 2017. So, that's consistent over 5 years, but it's also consistent in 2017. You can scroll to the next slide. Keep going. If you can keep going. Oh, yeah, keep going. I won't get into all of these here. And if you can go down to network screening, and I'll keep that as my last slide to kind of provide you context of what I'm looking at here when I'm reviewing this report. So all of those various characteristics, really important to look at driver actions, as well, and the type of drivers that are getting involved in accidents. And I referred to earlier that you really shouldn't do directly a apples to apples comparison, because those facilities are different given the curvilinear nature of the red hill, the grades, the volumes are different, and everything else. But those are all things that you just don't look at one characteristic. You have to look at them all holistically to consider, the state of road safety on that roadway. But I wanted to bring you to this because this is also really important in terms of the network screening, because while we've been talking about those two facilities in comparison to themselves, you have to look at those facilities in comparison to all of the roads in the city of Hamilton. And these slides are actually really important because through the network screening process, it really brings out which facilities are overrepresented in terms of collisions throughout the city as a whole. So that's how they've been broken down. The process identifies them. And the purpose of doing this really is so that you can prioritize your countermeasures in the future. But if you can go to the next slide. This speaks to the network screening process. I won't go through that in detail. It's really about identifying overrepresentation of collisions throughout the city. And if we can keep going from there. This listing, the next few slides, and I won't go through them all, kind of provides you where does the link in Red Hill reside in terms of areas of concern throughout the city in comparison to all the other roads in the city itself. And granted, there is some ramps that are on here, but the majority of the main line, I would say to you, is not. And there's other roadways that are higher. So the whole purpose of me walking you through this presentation, giving you a better understanding of what I'm looking at, and basically, I wanted to convey that you can't look at one characteristic. You can't look at wet versus dry as and make a determination based on that graph. That would be jumping to conclusions. That's not how roadway safety is assessed and undertaken. You have to look at all of those characteristics holistically, and also take into consideration the various characteristics of the roadway that you're doing. And then don't forget to compare it to all the roads in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soldo. On this page, I note that the first, fourth, and fifth all are related to on or off ramps related to the Red Hill. Did you have discussions with Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson about the collision history on the ramps on or off the Red Hill in particular? As you were reviewing and discussing this draft report.
Yeah, I don't recall having specific discussions about those ramps, but we would have talked about the top 15. Then the entire purpose of undertaking this annual collision report is that we can identify locations where we're going to prioritize, reviewing, assessing, and potentially putting in countermeasures. So network screening, the way that we utilize this network screening is to then, once this is approved, that we would do further assessment on say the top 10 or top 15 locations. So going through that and knowing that that's the concept and what we're going to actually be doing once this thing is finalized, we would have gone through the various locations and just had probably a general discussion, but I don't recall any specifics related to, say, Mud Street ramp.
Okay. And in your review of the SEMA consultant reports, do you recall taking note of the particular countermeasures? Pardon me, actually, taking note of the collision history as it relates to the ramps in particular?
So you say to the SEMA reports, which SEMA report are you referring to?
The 2013 or 2015 reports that I think you identified were in that stack that Ms. Matthews-Malone left you.
Yeah, if we're referring to what my understanding was of those reports, in the first couple of weeks, I can't say that I probably would have reviewed them at a very, very high level. I can't even say that for certain that that I have gone and done in-depth review. So I don't think I can draw any conclusion, or I don't recall drawing any conclusions at that time.
Okay, and you don't recall getting any updates from Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson about the collision history or attempts to rectify it of any of the ramps as you're discussing this?
Yeah, I'm trying to stick to that time frame. And again, I can't really say that when we would have had that discussion. I don't believe it would have been right off the bat.
Okay. Do you recall having that discussion about sort of the collision history of the ramps over time at some later date with Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson?
There would be later on. And again, I can't pinpoint that time frame for you. That we would have gotten more depth about those reports, but I can't give you a time frame of what that was.
Okay, what was the context of those discussions where you went into more depth?
It would have gone into more depth about what was in those reports.
Yeah, like when, in what context were you having this discussion about more depth?
And sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
You said we would have gone into more depth about what was in those reports.
Yeah, but I would have.
Can you give me something to nail down the time frame in which you were having those more in-depth discussions?
Okay, if I'm jumping ahead in your package, I'm sure.
Yes.
But when I do get an updated memo from Mr. White I believe in August sometime as well, and that includes a staff report that summarized the previous work that was done, and some appendices and in the back that related to the various countermeasures. Okay.
So that first memo, which we will go to, is August 21, and then there's a revision on August 30. Is it in and around that time frame that you have more in-depth discussions about the SEMA reports from 2013 and 2015?
Well, the purpose of the August 30th meeting is, so if I can put some dots in line here, we have this discussion at the annual collision report. I'm reviewing the collision report. I have some questions, and then I ask for an updated memo. And in that time frame, we start talking a little bit more about what had transpired or what work that the city had undertaken in the past.
Okay. And we will get there, of course, on August 30th. You did meet with some staff, and certainly at least one of the chronologies suggests that that was to discuss wet weather collisions. So just taking a step back from that, as you're reviewing this document, would you agree with me that you did have some concerns, or at least some questions, about the proportion of wet weather conditions on the Red Hill?
I would say that statistic, was something that was of interest to myself, similar to the one about the link having a higher proportion of serious collisions.
Why was it of interest to you?
Just because of the proportions, it is one characteristic, and you have to consider that within the overall context. But given the fact that you had that one having a larger proportion, so there's a number of items I pull from this, right? When I'm having walked you through my thought process there, I pick up on the speeding, I pick up on the improper driving. I pick up on the fact that we have a lot more young drivers on Red Hill being involved. Pick up, it's obvious you can't jump to conclusions, but you have to look at those statistics. So when I looked at all the report, it's in a totality. But then when I looked at the Red Hill, there was some metrics that had higher proportions than others. So that kind of begged the question for me, like, okay, I need a better understanding of this.
Okay. Just before we move forward in time, as you're discussing this annual report with Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson, was there any discussion at all about traffic operations that groups attempt to obtain friction test results from engineering services?
There is that appendix that is attached to, I believe, to the one report, and it refers to friction testing. So we I would have gone through that appendix and identified that there was friction testing completed, as it said. So.
Okay, would that have been noteworthy to you as you're going through these documents?
It no more noteworthy than I would say any other documents. I was looking at seeing what was completed, what wasn't completed.
Okay.
Being completed, it really doesn't sort of stick out to you.
Fair enough. My question was more about the discussions, if any, with Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson about friction testing in this early period of time as you're talking about the annual collision report.
Yeah, I don't recall any specific discussions.
Okay. Did they make specific note that SEMA had requested friction testing in both the 2013 and 2015 report?
Well, I believe that was one of the recommendations, right? So I would have, they would have made note of it, but there's just my, looking back, it's natural to assume if that was one of the recommendations, they would have identified that.
Okay. My question was a little bit, it was probably maybe not clear when I said, did they make specific note? I mean, Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White, did they raise that specifically with you in this discussion around the annual collision report?
Yeah, again, I don't have a specific recollection, but I'm going to assume that going through all the recommendations, they would have talked about it.
Okay. Did they raise with you any attempts to try to obtain results of that friction test that was listed as complete?
I don't have any specific recollection to that.
Okay. And when you say you don't have a specific recollection, do you have a general recollection about that around this period of time?
Well, the question you posed me, if you go back to the question you posed, did he speak to me about it? I don't recall.
Okay, I'm trying to take you through just in timeframes. I know it was some time ago. At any point before you had a copy of the trade report, did Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson raise with you that they had attempted to obtain friction test results that were listed as complete in those staff reports?
I can't recall a specific conversation to that.
Okay, and is that to say that you're confident that you didn't have those conversations, or you just can't remember either way?
It's 4 years ago. Having a hard time remembering 4 years ago.
Okay. So let's go then to the reports that you were referencing just a moment ago. Registrar, can you close this down and go back into OD9A and go to page 53, please? So you'll see at the top of the page, paragraph 126. Registrar, can you call that out, please? Mr. Ferguson prepared a memorandum, and it was updated from early memorandums he had done before your tenure, before you started at the city. And the purpose was to provide an update on action items that were identified in his previous memorandum from March of 2018. And it had some additional information. Registrar, could you close down this call out, please? And if you can go into the memo itself, just because it might be easier to work with, it's HAM 1388. And if you can pull up the second page as well, please. Thank you. So, Mr. Soldo, just so that your evidence is clear, did you request this update as a result of your review of the annual collision report?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you ask specifically for a list of projects that were ongoing in respect of the Red Hill?
I don't recall exactly what I would have asked. It would be I would have asked for a status update. So.
Okay. And was the request for this memo directly related to your pulling at all of those factors around the Red Hill collision history from the 2013 annual report, the ones that we just went through?
I wouldn't say it was directly related. Going back to what I'd said earlier, number of OBL items, having gone through those discussions with staff, with Betty, there's a large body of work that's been undertaken in the past related to the Red Hill and Link. Multiple reports that have been done in the past, and I asked for a summary just so that I get a better understanding of the latest status of these items.
Okay. By 2018, there certainly is a number of OBL items and a number of work and significant funds that have been devoted to the Link and the Red Hill. Did you have the impression that there had not been as much progress as one would expect on reducing collisions on the Red Hill?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Did you have the impression in August that there had not been as much progress as one would expect in reducing collisions on the Red Hill, given all the work that had been done over the last 5 years?
Well, I'm not sure what my impression was. I don't believe I had that impression, but going back to what I talked about earlier, and when we looked at those numbers in the report itself, yes, they went up over the 5 years, but they were going down in the last number of years. And the correlation that I would make, or I start thinking about, is okay, that you start doing the work in 2013, 2015. Now we're in 2017. How effective have those measures been? So when you look at this entire list here, and it's probably other work that's been done, already, are some of these countermeasures working? And when I'm looking at those numbers that we previously had gone through, I'll refer you back to that stat where there was a reduction, but in terms of severe and fatal collisions. But these sort of measures take time to actually show up in the collision statistics. So it's not like you'll do it and something will show up overnight. So it does take driver awareness and enforcement. Those sort of things are behavioral changes, and they take time. to do. There's the education components that the city was doing. Again, that takes time. And then some of these are the more direct countermeasures that actually were being undertaken by the city.
Okay. As you are reviewing this document, you also have some list of the countermeasures that were completed coming out of the 2015 SEMA report. The referenced in appendix that I think you referenced earlier. Had you already looked at the work that's not on this memo, but that had been completed?
This package came with a number of attachments. It came with a previous memo that spoke to the issues. So that was the original memo. There's this memo here. It also had Public Works report 18008, which was very comprehensive in terms of detailing what's been done, as well as that. Actually, that chart actually was an appendix, I believe, to the Public Works report. So I've reviewed that entire package in its totality.
Okay. And the package also included some correspondence between
That's correct.
The city and the provincial government about possibly widening the link or the Red Hill. Do you recall that?
Yes, when I read the Public Works report, it spoke to issues related to congestion, and particularly at its two pinch points on either end, and some of the highways coming into that area.
Okay. Under additional information on the second page, Registrar, can you pull out additional information in the bullet point right underneath it? Mr. Ferguson notes that traffic engineering are beginning to receive notices of impending legal action as a result of collisions on either the Link or the Red Hill. It should be noted that some of the claims are as a result of poor design or poor pavement conditions. These items will require response or attendance by engineering staff at legal discoveries. Did you ask Mr. Ferguson for any further information about the impending legal actions that he was referencing here?
I did have a discussion with Mr. Ferguson, and maybe again, if I could try to provide some context related to this issue here.
Sure. Can you just answer the question that I asked though before we move on, just so that I don't lose it? It was, did you ask Mr. Ferguson for any additional information about the impending legal actions that he is referencing here?
We would have had a discussion. I don't recall if I asked for a list or not.
Okay. Go ahead. I think you wanted to provide some context.
No, go ahead with your question.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose that question, but you did say you could try to provide some context to the issue.
Sure, I can provide some context. You know, when I was reviewing this package, it's quite a bit of body of work that is there, and you know, this sort of statement kind of stuck out to me in terms of the poor design and poor pavement conditions. And it stuck out because this additional information really was inconsistent with what the other measures are. It was kind of an opinion. So you know, that kind of prompted me to seek some clarification from Mr. Ferguson later.
Okay. But as part of that clarification, you're not sure if you asked for further information about the actual legal claims that he's referencing?
I don't recall if I asked them for the actual copies or anything like that.
Okay. Or the number of them, or what the issues were, particularly relating to a result of poor design or poor pavement. Did you dig into the details of these claims is my question.
I would have had a discussion with Mr. Ferguson, but he would have provided me with an overview.
Okay. When did that happen? You're going to meet with him on August 30th. Was it sometime between August 21 and August 30, or was it at the August 30 meeting?
I believe it was at the August 30th meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go back to OD 9A and to paragraph 54, please. So you'll see at paragraph 129, there's a meeting arranged between Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire and yourself, arranged for August 31, 2018. The overview document says to discuss the August 21 memo. Registrar, can you go into the underlying document, please? It's HAM 1383. So you'll see this is a calendar appointment. It's from August 3, 2018. So just a few days after you start. And the attachments are an RHVP-link update memo. And the date is from 10:30 till 1:30. And the subject is meeting and go out for lunch. Do you remember having discussions with Mr. McKinnon as when in advance of him sending this this calendar appointment about what this was going to be, what this discussion was going to be about?
And when is that sent? It's
August 3rd. So
August 3rd.
probably your first week.
Yeah. If you go back to the earlier, I believe the earlier emails, there are some emails in there. So speaks to providing Dan with an update in August. So I'm assuming this update is for him to get an update on RHVP.
Okay, but this one specifically is for you and Mr. McGuire and Mr. McKinnon. That email that we looked at before was, which I think you're referencing now, is Mr. White saying he wanted to update Mr. McKinnon. So are you just trying to connect some dots, given what we've gone through today, or do you actually have a recollection that was what the purpose of this meeting was for?
I believe this was for them to provide him that update.
Okay, but Mr. White's not included on this. It's Mr. McGuire, who's engineering services, and you.
So I believe there's, I believe that the Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson are also at this meeting.
Okay, that was one of my questions. So it looks like there's this meeting 10:30 to 1:30, and it says meeting and go out for lunch with Mr. McGuire and with you and Mr. McKinnon. So 3 very senior people within Public Works. So you just want to close that down, Registrar. And if you can go into HAM 55560, image 5. You're going to have it. Yeah, thank you. And if you could call out the first half of this page, please. Just until there is perfect. So Mr. Solder, this is a chronology that was put together in 2019. Before we get into it, do you remember being involved in the development of chronologies?
Yes.
And that was with Ms. Graham, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. McGuire as well?
That's correct.
And I think Ms. Cameron Diana Cameron had some administrative role in putting together this spreadsheet. Is that also your recollection?
Initially, it was primarily put together by Ms. Graham. I believe that Mrs. Cameron did some edits after the fact.
Okay. Do you recall in 2019 sitting in a boardroom with a big sort of a flip chart and trying to sort out the timeline?
No, I don't recall that.
Don't remember that? Okay. Do you remember having discussions with Ms. Graham directly about the timeline, trying to sort out dates?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is in this period. It's a little out of order. You'll see. August 1, this is line 58. Ms. Matthews Malone retires. August 15, Martin White emails you with a draft of the 2017 annual collision report, shows what weather issues on the Red Hill. Soldo requests meeting of key players held on August 30. And then if you go up to line 55, August 30, key players meet with Dave Ferguson, yourself, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McKinnon discussing wet weather issues on the Red Hill. So just stopping there, did you request a meeting with, I'm just going to use the words in here, key players?
Yeah, those are not my words. They're Mrs. Graham's words.
Fair enough. But you did request a meeting with Dave Ferguson, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McKinnon about wet weather issues on the Red Hill?
I requested a meeting about all things RH3P, as the memo there indicates. And I would say to you that when she wrote these notes, she probably put additional commentary as it relates to the issue of friction, because she was looking at that through that lens. So.
Right. So these are created in May 2019. Well, they're created throughout 2019, but a different period of time in terms of the focus of what Ms. Graham might be thinking about. Is that fair to say?
Right. I don't understand your question.
That she may have been focused on issues of friction or wet weather in 2019 in a way that may not have been how you recall it in 2018.
Wet weather issues, is very specific. That meeting was more about all the various items that we were looking at.
Okay. Did Mr. White also attend this meeting?
I'm having a hard time recalling if he did or not. I would assume if Mr. Ferguson was there, that Mr. White would be there.
But you just can't recall either way?
No, it's just...
Okay. So Registrar, you can close this call out and you can go, actually you can leave this up for the moment. So it looks like Mr. McKinnon on August 3rd sets a meeting for you and Mr. McGuire to go out with him for lunch and have a meeting about the Red Hill. And then independently on August 15, you request a meeting with key players, including Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire. Have I got that right?
Looking at what you presented there, I'm drawing the connection that Mr. McKinnon is asking for an update based on those previous emails, because he sends that out on August 3rd, which is very early in my tenure here. So that I'm assuming that is a previously sort of requested type of meeting, update meeting at that point in time. And I'm requesting an update summary report. Is that, do I ask for that meeting myself, or is that to get prepared for the meeting with Dan? I'm going to have a hard time remembering exactly what that genesis was, but you can, I can, looking back at now and looking at all these emails, I could have been asking for the summary report to also get prepared for that meeting. So I can't remember exactly.
Do you recall having a meeting just with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire about Red Hill issues?
On the 30th?
On the 30th?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have you said you didn't recall that if Mr. White was at the meeting, but do you have a general recollection of a meeting with Mr. McGuire, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. Ferguson?
I do have a general recollection of that meeting, yes.
Okay. Can you say either way, whether the meeting that Mr. McKinnon had proposed got merged with the meeting so that Mr. Ferguson would also attend?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall going out for lunch with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Ferguson early in your tenure? Really is just an introduction.
I don't recall going out. I mean, we would go out for lunch, myself and Dan, or myself and Dan and Gord, but I don't recall Mr. Ferguson coming with us.
I know I just met Mr. Ferguson and Mr. McGuire.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Mary?
My question was, do you recall going out with Mr. McKinnon? Oh, pardon me, I misspoke earlier. Apologies. I've confused you. Do you recall going out for lunch with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire early in your tenure?
I recall going out to lunch with Mr. McKinnon a number of times early in my tenure. So I can't really, I don't have a specific recollection of when, but I went out a number of times with Dan and then one or two times, I believe, with Gord. So.
Okay, but what about them together is my question.
I don't have a specific recollection.
Okay. Commissioner, it is a few minutes past 11 and we're starting to take our morning break a little earlier than we used to. So I'd suggest that this might be an appropriate time for the morning break.
Okay, well, it's almost 5 past, so let's return at 11:20.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Soldo, we were just about to move to the August 30th meeting. And before the break, you said you couldn't recall if Mr. White attended. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe he was there, but I don't know a specific recollection. If Dave was at the meeting, normally Martin would be there as his manager as well.
Okay. And what about Mr. McGuire? Was he there?
He was.
Okay. Apart from the August 21 memo that we were just looking at, did you ask for any other background information on wet weather collisions before this meeting?
I believe the entire intent of that memo was for them to provide me with an overview of all the issues there on the RHVP. I didn't specifically ask related to wet weather collisions.
Okay. Coming out of this meeting, did you ask for any other background information about wet weather collisions?
I don't recall, but if you may recall my earlier testimony, I had access to a lot of the other information already. So at that point, I don't recall if I asked for anything additional.
Okay. Did you ask for Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White to summarize the past SEMA projects that related to the list of current projects?
That was included in the memo already.
Just to be more specific, SEMA had done these two reports, and I think you said that you weren't sure if you reviewed them by this point. Did you ask Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson to summarize those reports that SEMA had done previously at this meeting?
I would refer you back to the package that's associated with the memo. It includes Public Works 18008, which is actually quite the extensive summary of the previous work.
So you didn't ask them to provide any additional context at the meeting?
But there was quite a bit of context there already, all the summaries.
Did you have any questions arising out of your review of the 18008?
I did.
What were those questions?
If you want to bring that up, I can kind of go through it with you.
Sorry, bring up the
report.
Report? You can't remember the questions that you had?
I would want to use that as a point of reference, so if you can bring that up.
Sir, we went through quite a lengthy presentation by you on the annual collision report. We don't have a lot of time for your evidence. So if you can remember what your questions are, perhaps you can just say them in a general way. If not, we can go into the report, but I'm not seeing the benefit of doing that.
Yeah, I would prefer to go to the report, so I can just point out a few sections to answer your question.
Why don't you provide me with a summary before we do that?
My summary is going to be incomplete because I would like to refer to the report.
I'm going to intervene for a second, Mr. Soldo. We're just asking what you, or the Commission Council is asking what you remember. Okay. And I think it's a fair question to ask what you remember.
Sure.
You may or may not remember anything. But the question is intended to be at a sort of a general or conceptual level. And so I'd ask that you consider a response in that context.
Thank you for the clarification. Your Honor, in terms of that report, having reviewed it ahead of time, it's a comprehensive review of various. Actually, could you repeat your question before I start?
Sure. My question was, did you have any questions for your staff arising out of your review of that staff report 18008?
I would, in the meeting itself, we would have gone over the various status of the initiatives that have been previously undertaken. And in that report, it identifies a number of different OBL items, number of different objectives. There was actually still outstanding. There was some of those items that I was trying to ascertain in terms of, okay, when are we coming back to council on some of those? And the entire theme of that report, there's like a very large section in there related to speeding, the aggressive driving that's occurring on the link. And I was asking questions related to, what's the status of the speed limit report? What's the status of potentially some of the other outstanding business list items? So while the table that's attached to it provides some of those, what I would call hard infrastructure improvements, some of them are also related to speeding, like feedback signs and all of that. I was actually more interested in terms of the timelines that they had to get back on some of those speed related initiatives.
Thank you. So sounds like you had questions about timing. Apart from questions about the timing of the status of projects, did you have any other substantive questions about the Red Hill arising from your review of that report?
Well, I would have asked questions. I had questions about, what is the status of kind of each of those implementation
Sure.
initiatives. That's really the whole purpose of that meeting, was to provide an update on the implementation status of the various initiatives, and you see that clearly outlined in the memo. It's a little more defined in the staff report.
Okay. So we went through, and I think you had a fairly clear recollection that there was an appendix to that report that had a number of items that had been completed and items that were to be completed. Registrar, can you go to HAM 1385, please? This is that chart that you were thinking of?
That's correct.
And you already referenced this earlier in your evidence. The conduct pavement friction testing, which is 5 lines up from the bottom, is listed as complete. Registrar, would you mind just calling out just the chart from the very top, just so that it's just a slightly bit bigger? How's that, Mr. Soldo? Is that a bit better?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime you need that, just let us know. You'll see it's 5 lines up, conduct pavement friction testing, medium completed. You see that?
That's correct.
Did you have any discussion with the attendees at this meeting about pavement friction testing?
I don't recall having that discussion. We would most likely have focused on things that are outstanding, right? That's the purpose of the meeting, is to talk about status, and would have focused on things that are still outstanding. And some of those are actually quite lengthy, so we would have had quite a long discussion on them.
And did you go through each of the ones that were not yet complete?
That would be the intention. That was kind of the purpose of the meeting.
Okay. And I think you said that you recalled that Mr. McGuire is there. Is that right?
That's correct.
What was his role at this meeting, given that he's coming from engineering services?
Good question. Just think about the overall context of this meeting. Mr. McGuire is pretty new. I'm new in our both positions. Can't recall when Mr. McGuire started. So it's really to provide sort of an update to both of us. It's being used as a method to update us both on the various initiatives related to our RHVP.
Okay. Was it also to ensure that it was very clear as between your different groups who was responsible for the outstanding items?
There is different roles and responsibilities in terms of who's going to be delivering what. traffic operations, or sorry, traffic group at that time. That some of this work is underneath their purview, given it's more operations related, and then some of this work is underneath the purview of the engineering department.
So then helpful to have a discussion with engineering to make sure that you guys are all in agreement about the steps that need to be taken and who's going to take them. Is that fair?
Make sure the clear roles of responsibility, who's delivering it. Yeah.
There's a couple of references here to resurfacing, either works to be completed during resurfacing, like installing cat's eyes and shield rock cuts. That's the reference to resurfacing in both of them here. Did you have discussions with Mr. McGuire and others at this meeting about the upcoming resurfacing?
I believe we did. The natural assumption, given that some of these are actually part of that resurfacing at that time frame, end of August, the capital project for resurfacing is already well underway. Sorry, and the engineering department is putting together what the scope of work would be. So this is a good meeting to discuss what scope of work would be coming from the traffic operations group.
So at this point, you're almost on your month. You've been there for a month. This is August 30th. By this point, you were aware that there was scheduled resurfacing on the Red Hill?
Well, if I recall back to my earlier testimony regarding the overview of the capital budget that Betty would have done, that would have, most likely highlighted that, given that it's a significant cost, and there is a role for traffic operations to play. So I would have, I can't tell you for certain, but I'm pretty sure at this point that I'm aware that there is a resurfacing underway for the following year.
Okay. The last of the initiatives on here, the second to last is median barrier system, and then the last is install end-to-end illumination. For the median barrier system, did you have any discussions with the attendees at this meeting about the timeline to consider whether to install a median barrier?
I believe as part of 18008, the report that I was referring to earlier, that's the staff, that's a council recommendation that it's being done in the longer term with any future widening. I believe that was the context that was in.
That's right. And you'll see under status, that's what it says. And
Yeah.
Mr. Ferguson provided you with that correspondence between the mayor and the Ministry of Transport about potential widening. Was there any discussion about that at this meeting on August 30th?
I apologize. I don't recall any specific discussion there.
Okay. And what about end-to-end illumination? Under status, it says reviewed and reported by engineering services, not recommended. Did you receive any summary of issues in respect, or not even issues, anything in respect of the end-to-end illumination and how it ended up on this list?
Sorry, could you repeat that for me?
Sure. During the August 30th meeting, did you receive any summary or context for how that action item ended up on this list?
The
potential to install end-to-end illumination.
Right. So this list, my understanding, comes from a previous report.
Yes.
Right. So which was, trying to remember what the genesis of that would have been maybe one of the SEMA reports to consider lighting and illumination.
That's right. And my question is, at this meeting, was there any discussion about that genesis or any background around issues on lighting the Red Hill?
I recall a conversation about lighting and the, what that means in terms of, you need to undertake it as part of an overall EA. You have to think about, if you put lighting down the middle or potentially with a median, you have to change the stormwater system and all that. But, I have this recollection of having that kind of discussion. Can't say for certain it was in this meeting.
Okay. And that recollection that you have about that kind of discussion, was it with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, Mr. McKinnon, or somebody else?
I would say it was with a broader group.
Okay. Broader group.
It may have been at this meeting.
Okay. Was there any discussion about the value for money audit on roads that the Office of the Auditor had commenced?
I was unaware of that at the time.
Was there any discussion about reaching out to SEMA to complete any further assessment, safety audit, anything like that?
At this meeting?
Yeah.
I would say this preceded those initial discussions to have SEMA undertake work.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 55560, image 4, please? Four lines from the bottom, August 21, 2018. The notation is draft memo for August 30 key players meeting is distributed by Dave Ferguson. Just stopping there, that's the August 21 memo we were just looking at, I believe. Edward does not like some of the language and asks that it be revised. Do you recall asking for a certain language within the August 21 memo to be revised?
I recall, I think maybe put that memo back online. I recall when I reviewed the initial package that, I reviewed that. I reviewed the memos behind it. I reviewed 18008, and I reviewed it, and I as I indicated earlier, that was a bit of surprise for me in terms of that wording. All the discussions to date have been about speeding on the link as being the prevailing sort of cause of that. So I was kind of confused with the wording there. I didn't understand, was that Mr. Ferguson's opinion? Was that wording that he had taken from some of the potential claims that had come in that time frame? So I thought, it was pretty strong language, and I was kind of confused because everything that I've read to this point really focused on the fact that speeding and careless driving and all that was kind of the primary driver behind that. So I needed some clarification from Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. So Registrar, if you could go to 9A, page 53, paragraph 126, please. And if you could call it 126. So, Mr. Solder, I think this is the language that you're referencing that you were confused about. Is that right?
Yeah, it speaks to that some of the claims are, that it should be noted, some of the claims are a result of poor design and pavement condition. When I read that, I'm like, is that wording from a claim? Is that Mr. Ferguson's opinion? He wrote that memo, the one he provided that this is in, but in the same context, when you bring up 18008, and maybe if you can do that just to give some context to what I was thinking when I was reading that, I'll just go to specific paragraphs there.
Are they the paragraphs referencing speed and speed being a contributing factor?
Yeah, there's a section that's pretty clear. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe if you just bring it up, I'll just refer to the one paragraph.
Registrar, it is HAM 1387.
Right. So again, I won't go through detail in this report, but if you can go,
and we're not going to go through it in any detail.
Thank you. So if you just go to the section at the back after the collisions numbers.
I think it might be image 6. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, that one there. So I just say, when I'm reviewing this body of work, I have this one statement in here, which is confusing. Don't know where it's coming from, because you review this entire report, the main focus of this report, it doesn't speak to poor design or doesn't speak to poor pavement condition. It speaks to all the other issues that are driving factors on the Red Hill. So that was a very, very confusing statement. And the one that kind of sticks out to me when I read that, Dave wrote both this report and Dave wrote that memo. There's this line in the other one, but when I read this one, it says both safety reports identify the collisions as occurring as a result of speeding, aggressive driving, falling too close, distracted driving, driving too fast for weather conditions. Okay. Recent enforcement. So I won't go through all that, but it talks about 90% of the violations. So 90% of the violations are related to speeding, and you got some quotes there from the police chief. So the prevailing theme of all the work that's been done, all the body of work that's been done by SEMA, is that's the primary driver behind the collisions. And then you can take that down. And if you go back to that memo, that line kind of sticks out as a bit of an oddity. I'm like, why is this in here? I'm not exactly sure. Is this Mr. Ferguson's opinion or someone else's opinion, or is this coming from the allegations through various claims? So that's why I had asked him to. That's why we had the discussion about that, and then asked him to clarify that, because it wasn't correct. It was incorrect based on all the body of work that's been completed as well.
Why don't we go back into OD 9A, page 67, please. So Mr. Soldo, as I understand what you just said, you were left with the impression, having read report 18008, that speeding was the primary contributor for collisions on the Red Hill. Is that a fair summary?
I would say all those driver actions all contribute to, but that is kind of one of the prevailing themes. Nowhere in that report does it speak to poor design.
Okay. Registrar, actually, can you bring up page 53 of this document and 67? Thank you. So on 53 is the original. So you said that you were confused. Were you confused about whether there was legal actions that alleged poor design and poor pavement conditions?
No, I wasn't confused that there are allegations of it, but
Okay.
you read this, the way that's worded, it doesn't tie that sentence to the allegations. It says, or begin to receive notices of impending legal actions as a result of collisions on the link and RHVP.
So your concern is that, or your confusion was that sentence didn't make clear that the allegations were poor design and poor pavement conditions?
That's correct. If the allegations were poor design and poor pavement, that's what the allegations state. the way I read that, it was, what does it say? It was a bit confusing from that perspective, and then that's why I had that discussion with Dave and with the group. I mean, director of engineering's in that meeting. If there's poor design issues, he would have said something. So I asked him to clarify it because it's incorrect the way that was actually written.
Okay, so it would be more correct to say it should be noted that some of the claims include allegations of causation as a result of poor design and poor pavement conditions. That would be more accurate.
If you're referring to the allegations, yeah.
Okay. Was this an internal memo? It looked to me like it was, but just trying to understand.
I assume so.
Okay. Did you intend for this memo to be distributed to anybody besides those people who were at the August 30th meeting?
That wasn't my intention, no.
Okay. So why did you want the language to be changed in an internal memo?
It's poor form, and it's actually very confusing. So it might lead to an impression that they actually are when you see that. So you don't leave something that's incorrected in a memo. It's actually, think about this, is like the first memo I get from my staff, and I'm having issues with it. So I want to make sure that they understand that they're, when they're writing something, they have to make sure that it's correct, and it doesn't put forward misinformation.
Okay, so you want precision of language from your staff.
Yes, I'm very picky in the word.
Okay. And you'd agree with me, it would be more precise to say, and I think you've already said this, that phrase would be accurate if it actually referenced that these were the allegations, rather than some interpretation where one could conclude that that was Mr. Ferguson's opinion, that there was actually, the collisions were a result of poor design and poor pavement. Is that what your concern was in terms of precision? I'm sorry, that was not a very good question. Why don't I try that again?
Yeah, that was a big circle there.
It was not good. Let me try that again and be a bit clearer. You said you want precision, and would you agree with me that it would be more precise to say some of the claims include allegations of poor design and poor pavement conditions?
If you wanted to clarify it in that direction, or you have to ask yourself why. You have to ask yourself a second question: why is this section even in here at all?
Did you ask Mr. Ferguson that?
I did, because it sort of sticks out. All the items are a summary of everything else. But
yeah.
So why is that section in there at all?
So
we had the discussion. I asked him to provide further clarity in there.
Why did he include this? When you asked him why was that reference there, what did he say?
Just putting in more information because he felt it was a greater summary.
Mm-hmm. And wouldn't you agree that given that there is no reference to poor design or poor pavement conditions anywhere in the 18008 report, that this actually did provide you with some additional context?
No, I'm not sure I would agree with that.
You didn't think this was relevant information for you to have?
The relevant information is to understand that there is claims. If you're going to put forward, the specifics for this one claim, there's probably other claims that are allegations on all sorts of other things. So unless you're going to put together an exhaustive list, why put this forward?
So you didn't think this was relevant information for you to have?
Well, I already have that information based on that, but I don't believe we need to be listing off every single allegation related to any claim that we have here.
Okay. Was this information that's in the August 31st note about poor design and poor pavement conditions, did you discuss that with Mr. Ferguson, Mr. McGuire at the meeting on August 30th?
Mr. McGuire would have been in the room, and when we were discussing that, he would he would have provided his opinion.
And what was his opinion?
Well, I don't believe Mr. Ferguson would agree that, sorry, Mr. I got me confused.
I'm sorry, I've done it twice. I'm sorry about that. I confused you.
Yeah, I don't believe Mr. McGuire would agree that the roadway was designed improperly.
Okay, so that was it. When you said he provided his opinion, that was in respect of whether that phrase should be in this document or not?
I don't have a complete recollection of every word that everyone said in that meeting. So, we had a discussion. Dave was asked to clarify it, and he undertook that.
Okay. My question in respect of Mr. McGuire was whether there was any discussion about the fact that the city had received claims that included allegations of poor design or poor pavement conditions. Was there any discussion about those allegations?
I don't recall discussion about that.
Okay. When you say you don't recall a discussion about that, are you confident that there was no discussion about that, or you just can't recall either way?
No, I'm not confident either way.
Okay. And I'll ask just for comprehensiveness, do you recall any discussions about Mr. McGuire undertaking to go get more information about these allegations?
I know we're spending a lot of time on this and then this wording here, but quite frankly, this was a non-contentious issue and we didn't spend that much time on it. So I don't really have a really vivid recollection because there wasn't really much, debate about this at all.
Fair enough. And I'm actually not asking, and I should be more clear, I'm not asking about the change in the language between the memo and the next version of this memo. I mean, more generally, the issue of allegations of poor design or poor pavement conditions, was that a topic of discussion at this meeting?
It would have been brought up in the context of this, but I don't recall an extensive conversation about it.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, can you go to page 62 and 63 of this document, please? I'm sorry, 61 and 62, I think is what I wanted. Thank you. Mr. Soto, the reason I'm asking these questions is because that very evening after that meeting, Mr. McGuire emailed Mr. Malone under the subject line, forward friction numbers on the RHVP. And he forwarded an email from Dr. Uzrowski at Golders that was sent to Mr. Moore in 2014 that included 2 MTO spreadsheets with friction data from 2008 and from 2007, pardon me, and a paper on early age low friction problems. And so just to provide that context, was there any discussion in the August 30 meeting that that might have triggered Mr. McGuire to go look for friction numbers? Recognizing you can't speak to what Mr. McGuire did or didn't do, I'm just really trying to understand if there's anything in the August 30th meeting that may be related to friction.
I don't think I can provide you an answer of what triggered Mr. McGuire to do this area of research or whatever he was doing here. So,
and nothing from the August 30th meeting, to your recollection, touched on friction?
Well, the item that we just talked about speaks to, poor design, poor pavement condition. Maybe that is what prompted.
But you certainly didn't have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about friction at that meeting?
No, I don't recall any discussion like that.
Okay. So Mr. McGuire sends this document to Mr. Malone at 7:11 p.m. And this includes, pardon me, a chart that summarizes the MTO friction testing in 2007. And then underneath has 4 rows of average FN numbers from the 2013 friction numbers that were measured on the RHVP in both directions by Tradewin Scientific. Excuse me. Did you have any discussion with Mr. McGuire on the evening of August 30th about this email that he forwarded to Mr. Malone?
I did not.
Registrar, can you bring up 62 and 63 now, please? The inquiry has a copy of a different email from Dr. Uzarowski. This one is dated December 17, 2015, and it's an email to Mr. Moore attaching the Tradewin report. And the inquiry has that document in native format. Above the content, there is a banner that says, "You forwarded this message on August 30 at 7:13 p.m. Registrar, could you enlarge and call out the screenshot at the top of 63? Yeah, thank you. Mr. Sobley, can you see sort of in between the attached document and Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Moore's names, there's a little I and then the reference to the forward there?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
And this is the totality of the email. Did you send this email, you forward this email to anyone on the evening of August 30th?
I did not. I did not have access to ProjectWise until December of last year. And when a user profile was set up, I did check that actually last week. And I don't have the software on my computer, so no way for me to physically do that. So I did not send this email.
Did you receive this email from anyone on the evening of August 30th?
I did not.
Did you have any discussions in the following days? That is the 2 or 3 or 4 days after August 30th about a report on friction values on the Red Hill?
I did not.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 67, please? So back, we were just looking at this. This is the in 156, the change that Mr. Ferguson made in the next version of the memo following the August 30th meeting. Did you direct Mr. McGuire to delete the reference to poor design and poor pavement conditions?
I did not direct Mr. McGuire. I asked Mr. Ferguson during that meeting to provide clarity on this section.
Let me try that again. Did you direct Mr. Ferguson to delete the reference to poor design and poor pavement conditions?
Not direct him. We had a conversation. I asked him to provide clarity to the wording.
So is it your evidence that it was Mr. Ferguson who decided to delete the reference to poor design and poor pavement conditions?
That was the top of our conversation at the meeting.
Well, clarity is different than deletion. That's really my question. Was it Mr. Ferguson who decided to remove that phrase, or was it you?
I can't recall. We had a discussion, came to mutual understanding that doesn't need to be there.
Okay. So regardless of who decided or if it was mutual, you received a revised copy and you were content with the language, the revised language. Is that right?
It provided clarity.
Okay. Skipping down to the next paragraph, 157, Mr. McGuire responded to the email where Mr. Ferguson sent the revised version. And he said, do you have the 2015 SEMA report on the RHVP available? I'd like to review it if possible. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And Mr. Ferguson said, yes, I'm going to work with my staff next week to set up a common file folder that everyone can access. So just turning a moment to access, and you were just, I think, speaking to that. You didn't have access to ProjectWise in August of 2018?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Ferguson also did not have access?
ProjectWise is a system that's used primarily by engineering. There may be some others that have user profiles set up in case they need to be providing input into a capital budget process. I couldn't tell you more than that about ProjectWise.
Okay. And prior to this email from Mr. Ferguson, was it your understanding that there was no common file folder that everyone could access that included Red Hill or link related materials?
The way that the directory systems were set up, they're set up by division. Everything's underneath Public Works, and then you have by division. The problem is you have access control even onto the normal server. So sending files back and forth. There's not one place that everyone has file access to. So that was kind of a goal here was to create that.
Okay. Was that on Mr. Ferguson's initiative that he was going to set up a common file folder, or was that at your direction?
I think that was one of the outcomes coming out of our meeting in terms of sharing of information and everything else, having a common folder so that people can provide information back and forth.
Okay. Leading up to the outcome of that discussion, had you heard from your staff in project engineering and operations that there was any, that they had any concern about the level of information they were able to obtain from engineering services?
Sorry, could you repeat that for me?
Sure. Prior to the outcome that led to the setting up of this common file folder, had you heard from your staff in traffic engineering and operations that they had any concern about the level of information they were able to obtain from engineering services?
I don't recall having a discussion on that.
Okay.
But just thinking about the way the structure is set up, ProjectWise is very specific to engineering and set up that way so they can manage files going in and out. So when you say sharing, I just want to be clear on what you're actually asking here. It's not possible to go from one directory to another and say my staff going into ProjectWise unless you have the profile set up, or the other way around. So that's the mechanism of actually sharing information. Is that what you're referring to?
No, my question wasn't about sharing. My question was whether your staff had conveyed to you any concern about the level of information they were able to obtain from engineering services.
Okay, so appreciate the clarification. I don't recall anything like that.
I'm sorry, you were a little quiet there.
Sorry, appreciate the clarification. I don't recall having that conversation.
Okay. Did your staff give you any information about the level of cooperation or collaboration between traffic and engineering services?
Well, there's a number of mechanisms in terms of collaboration and working together between the two divisions. Maybe just try a little really short context. Engineering is responsible for delivering all the capital projects, and traffic operations and well, I guess my entire division really provides input into that. So there's the capital CPMS. I always forget the acronym. My apologies. Capital Project Management System. There's a way of sharing information through there about scope, and there's a number of already I would call mechanisms in terms of staff meetings to talk about various projects. So hopefully that's what you were intending in terms of the conversation.
Thank you. Did your staff express any, that they'd had in the past, any frustration about the level of collaboration with engineering services?
Nothing that's beyond typical.
What do you mean beyond typical?
Just getting projects out the door. Each one has their own sort of mandate. So there are some services that engineering provides. The roads and traffic. I always going to forget which the name of the division at this point. So roads and traffic. They're provided some services from engineering at that point. So in terms of collaboration, each one has a role and their mandate. Sometimes I would say that one division might put the other division's items as a second priority.
That is engineering services being the division that would put other divisions.
Oh, I'll be fair. It's actually both.
Okay. Did Mr. Paul or Mr. White, two of the managers underneath you, express to you the need for enhanced collaboration with engineering services?
It's the time frame we're talking about here.
Any time in 2018.
Right. So that's actually one of the hopeful outcomes of that reorg that we had spoken about earlier, was to clarify roles, responsibilities, make sure that engineering work is being undertaken by engineering, operations and maintenance work is being undertaken by roads and traffic. And that's what actually resulted in some of the staff moving around. Mm-hmm. Just so that we have clearly defined roles, responsibilities, and that will help with the overall collaboration.
Okay, my question was, did Mr. Paul or Mr. White express to you the need for enhanced collaboration with engineering services at any point in 2018?
Mr. Paul didn't have much interactions with engineering services. Mr. White would collaborate with them on capital projects, as he actually primarily delivered the traffic signals. So again, nothing beyond what I would say the normal, just ensuring that each other is providing the information required in a timely manner for implementation of capital projects.
Okay, so from that answer, I'm taking it that Mr. White did express to you the enhanced need for collaboration. Is that correct?
I wouldn't characterize it as a large problem. It's just, sometimes, like I said earlier, there might be some miscommunications on particular scope of projects and things like that.
Did Mr. White provide any examples of issues where there was a lack of collaboration?
Well, and again, I'm going to push back on the word collaboration. It's more about project management, potentially getting projects out the door.
Would you like me to repeat my question?
Oh, sorry, I thought I answered it.
I said, did Mr. White provide you with any examples of issues where there was a lack of collaboration?
Thank you for that.
No problem.
Putting out potentially some tenders related to traffic signals, because there's civil works that are involved, and that civil works tends to be put out by the engineering department. So traffic has to wait for engineering to put out those civil works, and then traffic comes in and does the rest of the work. So timing and scheduling of resources sometimes can be problematic.
Okay, so those were examples that Mr. White gave you of times where there was issues with cooperation, project management, collaboration. I don't know which word you'd like to use with engineering.
Yeah, they're fairly minor. It's understood when you have multiple workloads and projects trying to get things out the door. Their timelines for schedule may not necessarily align 100%.
From your start in July of 2018, thinking forward to, let's say, the middle of 2019, did you feel that over time, the interaction and collaboration between your group and engineering services improved?
I would say it's one of the main sort of initiatives that, or requests that Dan had asked of myself and Gord, both being new. In particular, that was one of the rationales behind, like I said earlier, about the reorg, making sure there's clear roles and responsibilities. And we put in place a number of enhancement mechanisms. I don't want to say new mechanisms. I want to say they're enhancements to that collaboration. I'm sure you're going to get to it later on. There's, the ITAG committee, the Parkway Management Committee, just having more regular dialogue on all things transportation related.
So those are two examples that where there's been a movement over the course of your time at the city to have more interaction between the various divisions.
Yes, and I'll even use the other example of my position that I have right now. Right, the entire role of the chief road official is to provide strategic leadership, to help coordinate, not just between engineering and the TOM group now, but also any divisions that are delivering transportation services, including those that are in planning and economic development. So as the chief road official, my job is to really ensure that all of our projects, doesn't matter who is actually delivering them, meet council policies and procedures, are in line with our transportation master plan, complete streets. So it's kind of this role is very much a coordinating leadership role to ensure that we're meeting all our strategic objectives.
Thank you. I should have asked you before about your current role in the reporting structure. Do you continue to report to Mr. McKinnon?
I report
to the general manager.
Mr. Khan, the new, Mr. Can, the new general manager of Public Works.
Okay. And what is the organizational chart as it relates to the other directors within the organization? In particular, are you the person to whom other directors report?
The structure from an operational perspective, they directly still report to the general manager, and there's the concept that there's a dash line over to my area as the chief road official, as the road authority, because I'm quite involved with a lot of the work that they do.
Okay. And on assets like the Red Hill, which involve both capital budget projects like resurfacing and maintenance and traffic safety, what is your role as chief road official in ensuring that the various groups are interacting and working, sort of rowing in the same direction?
Sure. So going back to maybe I'll start where I left off there previously. It's this role's been identified as the road authority. So that carries a number of different responsibilities, signing off on permits, ensuring that departmental and corporate policies as they relate to the transportation. This role is also identified as the asset owner for all transportation related infrastructure. So we're getting in. So in terms of my role, if there's a major initiative that's being undertaken in, say, engineering, I use example of, say, environmental assessments or some major roadway works, I serve as a project sponsor. Right, I don't lead the projects, but I'm there as the project sponsor and my role is to ensure that all the various departments, anyone who's involved in that project is that they have the right resources, that they have the right tools, and ensuring that we're meeting the objectives of the specific project. So that's one example. Okay.
And when you say that you're that this role as the asset owner, is that for the link and the Red Hill, or is that true for all of the assets, the road assets within the city?
Any transportation assets within the right of way.
Thank you. Registrar, can you move to page 85 of OD9A, please? And can you bring up 86 as well? Thank you. And if you can call out 214, 215, and 216. Again, just to save our eyes, Mr. Soldo, we'll pull these out. Thank you. Can you pull down the left box just so we can see a little better? Thank you. So on September 17th, Mr. McGuire sent a calendar invitation to Ms. Jacob, Mr. White, and you for a meeting to review the scope of the 2019 Red Hill resurfacing. Can you help me understand what your role was in respect of the resurfacing as distinct from the others who are involved in that meeting?
Sure. So I'm there as the director of transportation, roads and traffic still, sorry. Mr. White is there as the manager of traffic operations. Ms. Jacobs, the design, manager of design within engineering. So this is, I would say, a higher level meeting to discuss the roles and responsibilities in terms of how we're going to deliver that capital project.
The inquiry has looked at a number of documents, as you can imagine. And I'm going to suggest to you that having 2 directors and 2 managers to talk about the scope of resurfacing seems like it is a higher level than the average, and that it's not just manager to manager or project manager. Was there a particular reason why you and Mr. McGuire were involved in the discussion about scope?
I would say that this is not a normal, typical project.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a minor roadway resurfacing. That's something obviously that staff can relate to, given the focus of all the work that's occurred in the past, all the council's attention on this project. I don't consider it to be abnormal in terms of myself and Mr. McGuire being involved.
Okay. You'll see at 215 that there's some back and forth about the outline for the scope of various phases for the resurfacing. And the excerpt of this email says, as requested, please find the attached for all 4 projects. I spoke to Mike Beck, and they still don't have the testing results that would dictate which asphalt method of placement they would select. The years remain currently up to date for construction. And then they have the link in the Red Hill with dates to complete resurfacing. And then at the top, a lot of duplication is for all projects as they're closely related, but see below. Mr. White forwards this email to you and says, I see that Gorda's called a meeting respecting the scope of works for the link and the repaving. Below is traffic's input for the scope, so that you have it in advance of the meeting. He says, I paraphrase. So just stopping there and going back to 215 for a moment, there's a reference to not having testing results that would dictate which asphalt method to use. At this time, did you have any knowledge or information about the city's assessment of using hot in-place recycling for the Red Hill?
It's not something, those are the kind of discussions I wasn't necessarily involved with. This is Mike Beck was a staff member kind of in charge of determining what pavement they're going to use. I wouldn't have been speaking to him about this.
Oh, sure. I understand that. I mean, just at the most general level, did you have an understanding that the city was considering hot in place recycling for potential use on the Red Hill?
I would have had a passing knowledge.
Okay. And did you understand at this point that this is when you're going to this meeting to discuss the 2019 resurfacing, did you understand that the city was still considering whether or not to use hot in place recycling?
Sorry, could you repeat that for me?
Sure. When you went to the meeting with Mr. McGuire, did you understand that the city was still in the process of considering whether or not to use hot and place recycling?
I don't recall. I probably wasn't paying much attention in terms of what type of payment they were going to be using, or what type of process they were going to be using.
Okay. I presume you would be really only interested in that to the extent that it might change the timeframes. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I could say that. I don't believe I would have an opinion one way or another. I'm assuming that the project is scheduled for 2019. You know, we're going to this meeting to provide input, as you indicated there, from Mr. White, you know, from a traffic perspective. So,
okay. Registrar, you can close these call-outs. Thank you. And just from your last point, just then, you're going to this meeting to provide input from a traffic perspective. And so as part of that, would you be interested in knowing, being clear about when the resurfacing was proceeding?
At this point, my understanding is that it is proceeding in 2019. They're moving towards resurfacing.
Okay, thanks. Registrar, could you close this and bring up HAM 55560, please? And if you can go to image 5, please. Thank you. Can you call out columns A, B, C, D, E? Thank you. Registrar, could you close that and do the same, but just call it the top half of the document? Thank you. I just want to make this as big as possible. You'll see 3 lines up from the bottom of the call out. September 26, 2018. The reference here is to file containing the TradeWorks scientific report is opened by Gord McGuire from the Public Works Document Management System.
Okay.
Do you have any information that you'd like to provide to the inquiry as to when Mr. McGuire first reviewed the Tradewin report? Any information that is different or confirmatory of this chronology?
So I can speak to when I got the report, and
we'll go there in a moment.
Right. Okay. So
my question was more, did you receive any information from Mr. McGuire or otherwise to suggest that September 26th is the first time that he opened the Tradewin report?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. We'll have to come back to it, but close it down for the moment. Thank you. Prior to September 26th, had Mr. McGuire discussed friction test results with you at all?
Can you clarify what friction test you're talking about?
I'm talking about any friction test results. Any reference to friction values, to friction testing, to results?
I don't recall any discussion.
Okay. When you say you don't recall any discussion, are you confident that that discussion did not happen before September 26th?
Oh, I'm pretty confident that did not happen.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up OD9, page 98, pardon me, page 89, please? Could you bring up 90 as well? In the bottom paragraph in 89, a 226, there's a reference to a OneNote this is Mr. McGuire's and a guest user's note. At least that's who modified it. And there's reference to Gordon McGuire agenda September 21. And the second point is RHVP friction testing. Recognizing this is not your notes, does that provide you with any insight into whether you had any discussions with Mr. McGuire in September, before September 26 about friction testing?
I did not have conversations with them.
Okay. Did you have conversations with anyone else at the city about anything to do with friction before September 26, 2018?
That's kind of that is actually kind of a wide ranging question there.
It is.
Be more
Yeah.
specific.
Sure, we can break it down. Did you have any conversations with any of the staff in traffic engineering and operation about anything to do about friction on the Red Hill before September 26, 2018?
So I don't, I'm going to push back on that question, because did I have a conversation with someone related to, say, wet weather collisions, and did the topic of friction come up? Maybe. So I'm not going to say that it's an absolute no, but I don't recall having any substantial conversation. I don't recall any conversation, but I'm not going to say that didn't, that may have come up in some nature, but that's quite the blanket statement you're putting there.
Well, I'm trying to narrow down the time frame, given that it was some time ago, and you may have difficulty recollecting it. I'll be more specific. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White in particular about their attempts to obtain friction testing results from engineering services at any point before September 26?
Again, just given that time frame, I don't recall.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire at any point before September 26th in relation to anything to do with friction on the Red Hill?
I'm pretty confident I did not.
Thank you. Had you heard any rumors within engineering services that there was friction testing that had been done?
Trying to understand that question. I wouldn't necessarily hear rumors from engineering services.
Sure, and maybe I'll put it this way. You have that appendix that we looked at earlier that says friction testing completed. And my question is, apart from that reference in that appendix, did you hear anything from anybody within the city that friction testing had been done and that there was results?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back into HAM 55560, please? Image 5, please. Thank you. And if you can pull out, again, we could do columns A through E, and the top half. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Actually, I want to be very fair to Mr. Soldo. Can you close that down and do all of the columns? Apologies. Thank you. So the almost bottom from the second from the bottom, September 28, 2018, Edward Soldo, Gold McGuire, Susan Jacob, Martin White, reviewing the scope of the Red Hill resurfacing, decide to hire SEMA for roadside safety audit. So I think that is a reference to a calendar meeting, the calendar meeting that we were just looking at. Do you recall any other meetings with Mr. McGuire, Ms. Jacob, and Mr. White in which you were talking about the scope of resurfacing?
In this timeframe, I mean, I talked about the scope. I don't recall having another meeting.
Okay. Do you recall that at that meeting with Mr. McGuire, Ms. Jacob, and Mr. White, that it was at that meeting that there was a decision to hire SEMA to do a roadside safety audit?
It's going to be a bit of a longer answer. That's giving you a heads up.
Maybe. Oh, let me stop. Let me just stop and maybe I'll make my question more narrow. Was there a discussion to hire SEMA to assess roadside issues?
The purpose of hiring SEMA was to ensure that we had the proper scope into the construction project as we're moving forward. So it was determined to hire them to undertake a review utilizing the updated roadside safety manual to ensure that all of the roadside guide rails and other things are actually meeting up the code, because the existing facility was actually undertaken through the 1993 MTO manual. So there's been a change in some of the standards. So that was kind of the driving reason for it. And if you want more background on why we came there, I can provide that.
I will, but not yet. My question was a timing question first. Was it at this meeting with Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire, Ms. Jacob, and Mr. White that the decision to hire SEMA was made?
Yes, I had some pre-discussions with Dave Ferguson the day before and that kind of time frame. But this was where we finalized that we were going to hire SEMA.
Okay. Can you close that down, Registrar? And can you go to HAM 11253? So just for clarity, we were looking at it in the OD, but it only referenced the day that the calendar invitation was sent out, not the day that the meeting actually occurred. So this is sent on September 17th, and you'll see that it is a meeting for September 27, 2018 from 3 to 4:30 p.m. in Gord's office. I don't know if you have a particular recollection of this meeting, but was it in Gord's office? Does that accord with your recollection?
That'd be a pretty tight space with all those people in there. So I don't recall, but that would be a pretty small room for having that meeting.
Okay. To your recollection, the meeting in which the decision to hire SEMA was taken, that was a meeting with the 4 people who are listed here: you, Ms. Jacob, Mr. White, and Mr. McGuire. Nobody else?
I can't recall who else was in the meeting. I thought it was maybe bigger than that, but
okay. I'm trying to narrow down when this decision to retain SEMA took place. So is there anything else you can provide, any context you can provide about that meeting that might assist?
In terms of context,
yeah. And content of the meeting.
Yes, I'm not going to go back historically in terms of what concerns I had related to roadside safety devices, unless you want to ask. But I had some concerns in the past about what we were doing. Had some discussions in terms of making upgrades with various staff. Had a discussion with Dave Ferguson and I believe Martin White. You had referred to an earlier email about scope of work coming from traffic operations into the scope of work for the overall resurfacing project. I felt that scope of work was deficient and that they hadn't properly assessed what needed to get done in terms of the roadside safety devices that were out there. And I won't go into why.
You can, go ahead.
It's when I first started at the city, I would drive along the Red Hill, and I noticed that we were missing delineators in some places. I noticed that some of the guide rails weren't up to the current standard. But what I noticed most was that they were missing hazard markers at the end of the guide rails. And so through that started getting me thinking about, okay, who's looking after potentially some of these devices, and are they all up to scope? Because standards change over time.
Mhm.
So I believe you have a bunch of emails and work orders from Mr. Buttram about putting some of those signage back. But that kind of got me thinking about, okay, what else are we missing? I know that SEMA reports had identified, looked at overall safety and identified some of those items, but they had never really specifically looked at the roadside through the lens of the roadside safety manual. So that was kind of the genesis. Had some discussions with both Martin and Mr. Ferguson, talking about how that I didn't feel that scope was sufficient, and they didn't really have the resources to undertake that review through the roadside safety manual. So we started talking about who we can actually hire to do that. Natural to go back to SEMA based on the work that they had done. So that's where we ended up.
Okay. And you conveyed that to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Jacob, both from engineering services at this meeting?
Yeah, that would have been discussed.
Okay.
Because we had to kind of justify why we were hiring SEMA. The way that these projects work, the caretaker is the engineering department, and others provide scope, but they also have to provide funding. And the bone of contention was, yes, you can change the scope, but that's going to change potentially timing, and someone needs to come up with the money to actually undertake that work. So we had quite the discussion about enhancing the scope and who's going to pay for it.
Okay. And were you aware going into this meeting that there had been a fair bit of discussion about the scope of resurfacing over actually like a number of years, because this resurfacing had been pushed and pushed? Did you have the background to the back and forth?
I don't think I had an understanding of the back and forth that occurred in the past.
Okay. And so when you say we had quite a discussion, that's this discussion with Ms. Jacob and Mr. McGuire?
That's correct.
Okay. And just so that I understand it, was it primarily an issue of who's going to fund this?
It all usually comes down to money.
But it also comes down to timing. Did you have the impression that there was a relatively short time frame to do this work without affecting the timing of the resurfacing?
The engineering department had a pretty locked in time frame that they were trying to get out early in the new year, so that if we were undertaking any of this review or study, or if we were providing a new scope, it had to be done in a fairly expedited manner.
Okay. During this meeting, with that discussion, did Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob advise you that they had found a copy of the trade wind report?
They did not.
If not by name, just the fact of a friction report.
They did not.
Registrar, you can close this down. Was there any discussion at this meeting about anything to do with the pavement surface that was currently on the Red Hill?
I would say there was discussion on timing, how it was being implemented. And I would believe that there was, I don't have a specific recollection, but I think there was a discussion about what kind of asphalt was going to be used and those sort of things.
Okay. And by then, did you understand that the city had decided not to use hot in place recycling on the Red Hill?
I would say I wasn't necessarily just in tune into that conversation.
Okay. Did Mr. McGuire ask to speak to you either before or after this meeting to have a discussion without the managers there?
There.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 91 of OD 9A, please? Actually, apologies. Can you keep up 91, but on the left-hand side, if you can go to 79, same document. So 79 on one and 91 on the other. Perfect, thank you. So on September 11th, Mr. McKinnon forwarded an email from Councillor Marula that was a forward of a public complaint. And he sent that to you and to Mr. McGuire. Do you remember receiving this public complaint?
Maybe. Sorry, I did.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire responded, actually, sorry, can you go on to can you move page 79 to page 80, just so you can see the rest of it? The last line is, I will also be contacting the local media. And I'm sorry, I didn't summarize it. It was someone saying they had a very scary situation on the Red Hill. I'll be contacting the local media as I believe action needs to be taken ASAP, despite, quote, inconclusive, end quote, asphalt testing. The reality is staring us in the face. This road is unsafe. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about the content of our response back to Councillor Marula and to this member of the public?
So when I look at this email, is there one where you can put it in just one screen? Because it's kind of...
Yeah, of course. Why don't you bring up 80?
Could you pull the email right out, or?
Yeah, that's what you wanted to see, right? Was seeing the email?
Or if there's an attachment, right, of the entire email, just...
Oh, sure. We can actually go to the actual document if you'd like. Thank you. It is 11239. It's also over 2 pages. Registrar, could you pull it out? Is that better to read?
Not really, but let's go with it.
Okay. My question was, Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about the content of our response back to Councillor Marula and this member of the public?
So when I reviewed this, right? So I'm looking at this email from the roads and traffic sort of perspective. I'm reading it where, they're talking about sliding out of control. Okay, that's information for myself. So taking that in, talks about the tow truck driver. I do read where they're talking about where it's slippery when it's wet.
Notoriously slippery when wet.
Yeah, and speaking to other experiences there through the tow truck driver. So I'm reading that and taking that in, and the questions that are being posed by the local residents. And then I'm reading the email from Councilor Marilla, and he responds. And then he says, by copy of this email, I will have our staff, professional staff, provide input on asphalt quality. So when I'm looking at that in terms of, do I need to respond to this asphalt quality, condition assessments of that asphalt falls into the roles and responsibilities of engineering. So I think I say later on, I'm leaving it with Gord to deal with, right? So I'm looking for him to provide that response. I did not have a discussion with Gord about how he was going to respond.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this and go back into 9A, please. And if you can now go to page 91. So you're not copied on this reply. That is a couple of weeks later. Did Mr. McGuire discuss it with you before sending it? I recognize you said you didn't talk about the content, but now that he's actually done a draft, did he show you the draft before he sent it?
No, I don't recall seeing this.
Okay. And is that to say that you're confident that you did not?
Wasn't sent to me, so I'm pretty sure it's not.
We have no emails to suggest it would have had to be a hard copy. That doesn't twig a memory for you?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 55560 again, please? Thank you. And if you could call out the bottom half of this document, all columns. So again, this is that same chronology that was prepared in 2019. You'll see 4 rows down, October 10, McGuire tells Soldo, McGuire, who need to be in inner circle, sticky note, does Dave McGuire have notes? I think a sticky note said that, but maybe you can interpret that better than I can. Let me just go through the rest of the chronology before I ask you some questions. October 15, Gord McGuire and Dan McKinnon make the decision to stop pursuing hot in place recycling technology to resurface the RHVP, adjust capital budget request to ensure new high quality asphalt can be used for 2019 resurfacing project. Also on October 15, Gord McGuire shares the 2013/2014 friction testing, including consultants' concerns and recommendations for action with Edward Soldo. 2015 October 2018, SEMA is hired by Roads and Traffic to complete full roadside safety audit of RHVP. And also that same day, the very last one, Mr. Moore wins an award at the Engineering Week luncheon. Okay, so starting with line 67, McGuire tells Soldo. First, do you believe the reference to October 10th to be accurate in terms of when Mr. McGuire told you about the Tradewin report?
So this is the time frame, general time frame that I get the report, but I can't remember when he actually sends me the report.
Okay.
Right. So we have it there in this time frame as 15th. That doesn't sound right, being essentially in the 15th, just given what's occurring. But I don't. It's in this time frame where I get the report.
Okay.
And this is where I'm confused by the two entries in here. One says he tells me, the other says it sends me the report. To me, that's one and the same.
Well, what is your recollection of that? Did Mr. McGuire tell you about the report and then give you a copy of the report on different days?
No, my recollection is I got the report.
Okay, why don't we go through that? We'll leave aside the date that happens for the moment. Walk me through how you got a copy of the report.
So again, I'm not exactly sure what day it is. It's somewhere in here. Can't recall where it was coming from, but I come back to my office late in the day, and there's a manila folder, not manila folder, sorry, an envelope with a sticky tab on it, and the report is inside.
Okay. What does the sticky note say on the outside?
I believe it says it's from Gord.
Okay. Had you had any discussions with Mr. McGuire about the fact that he was going to drop something off in your office?
I did not. I don't recall having a conversation about this. Kind of came out of nowhere. It was on my desk.
Okay. You said it was in a folder. Can you describe?
Sorry, my apologies. Envelope.
Pardon me. No, you said no, envelope. It was in an envelope. Was it approximately 10 pages long, or was it a larger document?
It was the full builder's report.
Okay, so that's over 100 pages. So it was in quite a large envelope. Is that fair?
Well, 8.5, but yeah.
Okay. Did you contact Mr. McGuire to discuss the report before you read it?
No, it was late in the day.
Okay. And did you review it on that day?
I spent some time reviewing that report that night.
Okay. And was there anything else besides the sticky note from Mr. McGuire to provide you any context about this report?
No, it's just a sticky note.
So it came completely out of the blue, and you had no discussions that would provide you with any background or context before you received this?
I don't recall having a conversation about it before that.
Okay. And I think your evidence has been that you don't recall any conversations with Mr. McGuire about friction testing before this point. Is that right?
I don't recall having any specific. I don't have any specific recollections of that.
Okay. Mr. McGuire was also preparing a narrative summary of information relating to the Golder report and the Tradewin report. Did he provide you a copy with that draft summary at the same time that he provided the Tradewin and the Golder report?
The only thing I got was the report.
Okay. What did you do when you received a copy of the report?
I went through I took the report out. I started reading through it. Started reading through the various sections, trying to understand, first of all, what was the scope of that work. Looking at the various conclusions and recommendations. Again, there's both reports combined, so I probably spent I won't give you a timeline, but I spent quite a bit of time that night just worked my way through the various points. But I didn't do a page by page read. It was more of a high level read and focusing on scope and what the conclusions and recommendations were.
Okay. Did you make any notes or any notes to memos to file, or any notes to yourself as you were going through?
No.
Did you contact Mr. McGuire that evening after you had done a read through of the report?
I don't think so.
Registrar, you can close this document down. When was the first time after receipt of this report that you spoke to Mr. McGuire about it? Just in terms of days from when you received it. Just trying to understand what happens right after you get it.
So again, I'm not exactly sure on the date that I received it.
That's okay. Did you speak to him first thing the next morning? Did you speak to him at some point that next day? Was it within a few days? Was it weeks later?
No, it would have been within a few days.
Okay. Did you contact, do you have any discussions with Mr. McKinnon that evening?
I don't believe so. It was pretty late in the night.
Okay. What did you take away from your high-level read of the Golder report and the Tradewind report? What were your takeaways from that after your first read?
I'm thinking about what's in the scope of the Golder report. There's was more focused on deflection testing, speaking to the existing cracks, what's the issues related to the flooding. So when I look at Golder's portion of it, their conclusions are that there's a lower friction level that's on the RHVP, and then looking at what they're speaking to in terms of the remediation that they're proposing. So they're talking about or they're indicating their recommendations are that there's some localized shaving and paving, moving forward with route and seal, and then do potentially microsurface to seal it in. So my takeaway when I'm reading that's okay. They're proposing to do work that we're currently have necessarily already underway. We have the pavement rehabilitation that's undergoing. It's going to be going out to tender shortly. They're actually recommending sections, and we're doing the entire thing. So from that portion, I'm thinking, well, this aligns with work that we're doing. Nothing that it's in that report says that it's immediate action. And when I'm looking at this report, I'm looking at it more from also the safety perspective. And it's indicated that there's lower friction values, but there's nothing in terms of that there's an immediate safety issue or anything like that. Going through the Tradewind report is an interesting read. reading the front end there, it's talks about how this testing methodology used out in the UK and places like that, indicates that there isn't any Canadian equivalent standard to compare the friction values to. Then you move to, going through the report, some interesting graphs are in there. And then I'm reading at the back end of the conclusions there, or the recommendations, and they're speaking to that there's lower friction values, and there should be some follow-up investigation. So it falls within investigation level for further assessment of those friction values. The report also talks about considering potential remediation in the future. So
Yes.
My main takeaway there again is, okay, need to investigate these friction values. Doesn't speak to anything that says there's immediate safety concern. Doesn't say the road is unsafe. So I'm trying to take this work and say, okay, it needs to be further investigated. How does that fit within the resurfacing? We have that planned resurfacing underway fairly shortly, and would that remedy the values that they're proposing? So that's kind of my first initial blush. Nothing here there's no red flags in that report for me when I'm looking at it. I'm not specifically looking at it from the pavement engineering perspective. That's what Gord's looking at in terms of what kind of pavement he's going to put down, what he should be doing from potentially following up in terms of investigation and doing more friction testing. I'm looking at it very much, is there something in here that is of immediate nature? Is there something that says the road is unsafe? And what do we need to do to sort of follow up?
Did you note that the Golder report and the Tradewind report were from late 2013 and early 2014?
Yes, I would have read that in the report, and it was a draft report because my version has this big stamp draft sign on it. It's in color, and so when I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, okay, we need to follow up with Golder. Why is this report not finalized? We should be following up to them and get a final version.
Did you have concerns that you needed to inquire into what work had been done between 2014 and you sitting in the fall of 2018 to meet what Golder and Tradewind had suggested? That is, do further testing and potential follow-up, potential remedial action.
Yeah, so those are some of the questions that I start to think about and have a discussion with. I need to talk to Gordon and see what has the engineering department been doing with us in terms of further investigation.
Did you provide a copy of the Golder report or the Tradewind report to your staff members, Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White?
I did not.
Why not?
The report is in draft. When you start thinking about the next few days where I'm having the discussions with Mr. McGuire, they're following up now that I know of the report. I learned that they're following up with Golders to understand what the report means, what next steps are required. It's in draft, so it's a draft consultant report. There's nothing inside that report that I look at from a roadway safety perspective that really involves us. It doesn't speak to the roadway being unsafe. So I have a discussion with those gentlemen somewhere along the line. Again, I can't give you exactly sort of the dates about that, but at this point we're in October. It's early October. We have a roadway assessment underway, and I'm thinking, okay, let's see what that work comes out with, but there's nothing that comes out of this report that kind of gives me any, there's no red flags and doesn't give me a lot of concern based on what I was seeing there.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see it's 1:05. I suggest that we take our lunch break.
Okay, well then we'll adjourn until 2:20
Thank you.
this afternoon. Thanks.
Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Scholder, before our lunch break, we were talking about your review of the Tradewin report and the Golder report. You said earlier you don't have any expertise in friction. When you received the Golder report and the Tradewin report, did you do any research about friction methodologies?
I did.
Did you do that research that night when you said you stayed late at the office reviewing the reports?
I may have started that night.
Okay. And what were you researching in particular?
Trying to gain a broader understanding of the subject.
And what aspects of the subject in particular?
Testing methodology, the evaluation methodology that was being used in that report.
Okay. I think we touched on this before lunch break, but just so that your evidence is clear, when did you next speak to Mr. McGuire about the reports after he left them for you?
Going back to, I'm not exactly sure what day it was, so I would say that the next opportunity that I had to speak with him.
Okay. And was that within 24 hours, within a week? Can you narrow it down in terms of?
Well, I would say the next day.
Okay. What did Mr. McGuire tell you, if anything, about how he came to find the reports?
He indicated to me that he had found them on ProjectWise, that they had been updated at a certain time frame. And I apologize, I don't remember the dates. What I called it previously. They updated it onto ProjectWise, and that he had found it recently.
Okay. Was this a conversation that you had in person?
I believe so.
You said before the lunch break that you had questions. You wanted to talk to board about certain things. What questions did you have of Mr. McGuire arising out of the Tradewin report and the Golder report?
The report was draft, so I did inquire in terms of what steps they were undertaking to have the report finalized. Did speak to him in terms of what further investigations that they may have been undertaking, how they're trying to address the recommendations in that report.
Okay, and what information did he provide to you about those inquiries that you were making?
I believe at the time he indicated that he was reaching out to Golder, trying to get a better understanding of the report, what it meant, and sort of next steps.
Did you and Mr. McGuire talk about the reports as they related to the safety of the roadway?
I believe we would have had a discussion in terms of what the friction values meant and how that impacts potentially the safety on the roadway.
Okay. You conveyed you said over before the lunch break that you didn't see any red flags. Did you convey that to him?
I did. It's my first general impression.
Okay. When you received the report and had done that initial research and spoken for the first time to Mr. McGuire, did you consider providing the reports to SEMA as part of their retainer in the roadside safety assessment?
Did I consider it? Yes. And in terms of the report itself, it's still draft. It's not finalized. Board is going to be following up with his consultant to finalize that. It is, as you indicated earlier, a bit of an older report. I want to make sure that the recommendations are, still valid, or have they changed? So they're going through that process. In terms of value to provide to SEMA, that report doesn't indicate any, immediate safety concerns. Doesn't say the road is safe. So at this point, I'm trying to see what is going to come back from Golder in terms of any potential changes to the scope itself. They were undertaking their own. SEMA was undertaking their own, independent sort of review of all the accident collisions at this point, doing their analysis. So from looking at all those conditions as well, and I'm going to go back to what I spoke to about earlier. Friction is one element. Friction itself on its own is not. It doesn't have a direct link. A causal link there to collisions. It's just one element. So I was waiting to get some feedback from Golders, but at the same time, I was assured by the fact that we already had SEMA under retainer undertaking their safety assessment, and they would be coming back to us with recommendations.
You just said friction is one element, and we spoke before the break where you said your impression coming out of report PW 18008 was that collisions were primarily caused by speed or driver behavior. Did the tradesman report friction values cause you to reassess that whether that impression was correct?
Given that we did have the wet weather collisions being at a higher percentage, and then this, we have these values here, the friction values are lower. But again, it's just one element. You can't look at friction values on their own. You have to look at all the other elements as well.
So is that a yes or a no? Did the tradesman report friction values cause you to reassess whether that impression was correct?
It did. I put that linkage together that, we need to further review on how this is impacting potentially longer term, the collision rates and everything else. But at that point as well, I knew that we had SEMA undertaking that work. We had put in place a number of measures previously through the previous reports from SEMA related to speeding, related to slippery when wet. So I considered, at this point, was there any safety concern on the roadway? And I didn't believe there was.
Did you understand that Mr. McGuire would be retaining an expert to provide an assessment of what these friction values meant?
My understanding was they were following up with Golder. Not sure if is it not only I was under the impression they were following up with Golder in terms of next steps.
Okay. Did you consider retaining a consultant to provide an opinion about the potential correlation between the friction values in the tradesman report and the wet weather collision rates that had been identified over time?
I did not. We already had SEMA under contract to do a safety assessment, and they were going to do that work independently.
We didn't talk all that much this morning about the roadside safety assessment. I'm correct that the roadside safety assessment doesn't deal with pavement surface, right?
It deals with undertaking assessment of the collisions, trying to ascertain what what are the root causes of some of those collisions, and then, but primarily the work was actually focused on the roadside safety assessment.
Okay, so SEMA was under contract to do a roadside safety assessment that did not include assessing the pavement surface. Why didn't you consider retaining a consultant to provide an opinion about the potential correlation between the friction values in the trade wind report and the wet weather collisions that had been found over time?
At that point, we had SEMA, like I indicated earlier, already under contract. There's nothing in that report that came to us from Tradewin or from Golders that identified an immediate need or any immediate safety concerns. Nothing that sort of stuck out from something that we need to undertake right away. We knew that we had the resurfacing schedules, in a couple of months. So at this point, I felt we were operating with a safe roadway, and we were putting in steps in terms of moving forward with the resurfacing of that roadway.
You said you felt we were operating with a safe roadway. What assessment did you do to come to the conclusion that the RHVP was safe in the fall of 2018?
Going back to the annual collision report, that it doesn't, when you look at those numbers on the annual collision report, it doesn't identify that the Red Hill is operating at unacceptable levels. It's operating pretty comparable to, in terms of where we went back in my earlier discussion. When you look at those metrics, there's nothing that stands out in there that it was operating at an unsafe level. Those are consistent. Those were very recent numbers we're looking at too. We're looking at the last 5 years.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up RHV 403, please? We're going to have to enlarge this the best we can. Registrar, can you start by enlarging the top quarter of this document? Thank you. That's a little bit better. Mr. Soldo, how's that in terms of font size? So I'm just taking this first as the title. So this is from February of 2019. So we're jumped a fair bit ahead in time. And the title of this is Families of Those Killed on Slippery Wet Hill Parkway Consider Class Action Lawsuit. A long buried friction testing report, which mysteriously emerged last fall, concluded poor results on the parkway warranted, quote, further examination of the pavement surface composition and wear performance, end quote. Registrar, can you take that down? Do you remember reviewing this article when it came out in February of 2019?
I don't remember reviewing the particular article, but if there was something in the news, I would most likely have read it.
This was just a few days after the trade wind report was disclosed to council and then made public. Were you paying close attention to the media around this at that time?
I was paying attention to the media, but I don't believe, I can't say that I read every news article that was out there.
Okay. This one references you. I'm not going to go through the first page in much detail, but it's a reference to some of the background around resurfacing and the public disclosure in February. Registrar, could you go to the next page? That's a little bit better. Thank you. So from the top, there's a reference to comments from Mr. Moore in 2017 about a chart, and that Mr. Moore refused to share that chart with a spectator. and said that no one releases that type of information. And then the next sentence, when McGuire found the hidden report, he notified McKinnon, Zagaric, and Edward Soldo, Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. McKinnon said, Soldo recommended the city go back to SEMA Plus, an engineering company that studied the RHVP in the past, to do a road safety audit. So stopping there and not paying as much attention to road safety audit versus road safety assessment, but just generally, is this statement correct in terms of the impression it leaves that it was only when you found out about the Tradewind report that you recommended that the city go back to SEMA?
No, it's not.
In October of 2018, so just sticking to that month, did you make any recommendation that that the city go back to SEMA specifically to assess the Tradewind report?
Sorry, could you repeat that for me?
Sure. In October of 2018, did you make any recommendation that the city should go back to SEMA specifically to assess the Tradewind report?
No, I did not.
Registrar, can we make this the next exhibit? I don't believe it is yet, and I think it's exhibit 150.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. You can take this down. On November 8, 2018, the city received an FOI request specifically about friction testing results and recommendations. I have a series of questions for you that are specifically about the time frame from when you learned about the Tradewind report until November 8th. During that period of time, did you meet with Mr. McKinnon to discuss the Golder report or the Tradewind report?
Once I had a copy of the report itself, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and myself, we did have discussions about it.
Was that during one meeting or two meetings or more than that?
I would say multiple meetings.
Okay. Multiple meetings in that time frame between October 10 or so and November 8th?
After I was given the report to that time frame.
Okay. Can you describe the discussions over time with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire about how to approach next steps in relation to the Tradewind report and the Golder report?
I guess I would just reiterate what I talked about earlier on, where Mr. McGuire was following up with his consultants in terms of next steps in finalizing the report.
Okay, and did you receive any information back from Mr. McGuire about his efforts in doing that?
He would update us on status of what was going on every once in a while.
Okay, and what were the updates?
I believe he was just trying to get a better understanding of next steps, what should be undertaken. I believe somewhere in there they follow up with a separate study looking at, or follow up with a separate study with Golders in terms of looking at characteristics of the aggregate as well.
We know that Mr. McGuire and Dr. Uzrowski at Golder do eventually meet. Do you have confidence that you were getting updates about that in that period of time before the FOI request, or is it a little fuzzy in terms of the timing?
I can, if you're asking me to nail down a timeline, and is it November 9th? I don't have that in my timeline in terms of trying to understand when that occurred. It was after that I got involved. So I can't tell you for certain, is it before November 9th? After that date doesn't mean anything to me in terms of those discussions and being able to determine which date that actually is.
Okay. On that point, you learned that there was an FOI request in that sought friction information. You learned about it soon after it came in. Is that right?
Is there a particular email you're referring to?
I can go to it. Yes. I was just trying to understand whether you said there that date doesn't mean anything to me. And my question really is, once you learned that the trade window report, that the FOI request had come in, was it your perception that the city's approach to dealing with the trade window report and the Golder report changed in any way?
My perception of how we treated the report? Is that what you're asking? I don't believe so.
Okay. That's helpful to understand the context. I have a few more questions for this period of time before November 8th, and then we'll get into the FOI. In October of 2018, were you and Mr. McGuire already planning to bring a joint report to Public Works that dealt with lighting and the roadside safety assessment and a number of OBL items that were all sort of grouped together? Was already a plan to do that?
What date did you refer to?
In October of 2018.
I have a recollection that we had a meeting maybe sometime October 10th, something like that, we were discussing the, I think there's an email in there or some agenda or minutes that speaks to maybe October 10th, having a combined report.
There's varying references over time to a joint report. Maybe I can ask the question this way. When you started at the city, did you understand that and receive that first update from Mr. White? Did you understand that there would be a joint report going to Public Works at some point to attempt to combine OBL items that related to the link in the Red Hill?
Trying to understand the context of those discussions. I think I spoke earlier how we're trying to combine certain reports, say the Vision Zero Action Plan and the collision report going forward. What you're referring to is a report, that combined report, which has street lighting, but at the same time, it also speaks to some of the outcomes of the SEMA report.
Mm-hmm.
So those are really two different concepts.
Okay, maybe I think they are two different concepts. When you said earlier, trying to combine Vision Zero and the annual collision report, that those are similar in kind. My question was, and maybe I'll put it differently, before you received a copy of the treatment report and the Golder report, was there already a plan in place to have a report put to Public Works that dealt with both issues that were in engineering services scope, like lighting, and issues that were in traffic, like an update on the work over time arising out of the SEMA reports or the speed limit study? Was that already, was that independently the plan that you and Mr. McGuire had?
I don't recall when that decision was made. I have recollection there's some minutes in October 10th, potentially it talks about a combined report. But if you ask me where in that time frame that becomes how we're moving forward, I can't right now. I'm kind of confused in the dates, and it's hard for me to pinpoint where that occurs.
I'll take you through a number of dates over time. There certainly is later reference. Perhaps I'll ask the question this way. Was the decision to provide a joint report intertwined with the release of the Tradewin report to Public Works? Were those two things related in your mind?
I can't say what the genesis of it was. I don't recall.
All right. In the immediate period of time after you received the Tradewin report, so again, October of 2018, before receipt of the FOI report, did you have any discussions with Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire about whether the Tradewin report and Golda report would have to be disclosed to council?
I don't have a specific recollection related to that.
Okay. Did receipt of the FOI request from your perspective, did that trigger discussions about disclosing the Tradewin report and the Golda report to council?
I had very little involvement with FOI, so using that as I would say, a timeline for me, it doesn't really, I can't really attribute anything to it.
Okay, let's move forward in time and maybe we'll come back to that. Registrar, can you go to 9A, page 106, please? And bring up 107 at the same time, please. In early October, Mr. Ferguson reached out to SEMA to with details about a collision heat map, and they provided collision history, collision patterns, and recommendations. Were you involved in these reach outs to TES about the collision data that the city was collecting and providing to them?
You have the original emails?
Sure, yeah, I think that might be useful. HAM 47901. Thank you. And I think I misspoke at the beginning of my question when I mentioned SEMA. I meant to say TES, which is where Pedram Izadapin worked at the time. Do you remember a back and forth? Do you remember being involved in discussions or a decision to engage TES to perform any analysis relating to safety on the Red Hill?
So when I review this, it looks like Dave, who's running the at this point we've already retained SEMA to analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Our data is inside the test software,
Mm,
itself. So Tess Pedram is, the vice president at Tess. They have more capabilities internally in terms of utilizing their software. So when I read through this email chain, it looks like Dave is utilizing Tess to provide, I'm not sure I would call it analysis, or providing data so that then he can provide to SEMA. So he's managing that consultant assignment.
thank you. And that's in respect of the RSA assignment to SEMA.
Yeah.
And that seems like that's really a sort of project management issue. Were you aware or involved at this level of detail in the work that SEMA was doing?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. Registrar, can you go to HAM 55560, please? Image 5, please. Thank you. And we looked at this before the break at the bottom half. And a lot of things are references happening on October 15. One is that Mr. McGuire and Mr. McKinnon make the decision to stop pursuing hot in place. That's 4 lines up from the bottom. Do you recall if they told you on that date of this decision?
I don't recall. Wouldn't necessarily need to speak to me about it.
When did you learn about the decision to not pursue hot in place, if at all?
Again, this is not something that I necessarily would have been tracking. This is an internal process for engineering. I can't recall because I wasn't involved in this discussion. So.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire or Mr. McKinnon in which they connected the decision to not use hot in place recycling of the pavement on the Red Hill to concerns about the quality of the pavement on the Red Hill? That is, you don't want to recycle something if it's not high quality.
Yeah, I was involved in those discussions.
That is, you don't recall having any discussions like that with them?
I wasn't involved in any of those pavement decision discussions that they would have had in engineering.
I'm not interested in I wasn't asking you about whether you were just involved in the decision making on that. I was asking what they conveyed to you. Did they convey anything to you that left you with the understanding that they didn't want to use the existing pavement as part of a recycling program because they were concerned about the quality of the pavement?
That doesn't really stand out to me, so I don't recall.
Okay. Did they, Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire, convey to you that the decision not to use hot in place recycling on the Red Hill was to avoid further delay in the resurfacing project?
Again, that's not something that really stands out in my mind. You may have mentioned it, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you go back into OD9, please? And page 115 and 116, please. You'll see at the bottom of 115, bottom of 115 at page 288, paragraph 288, that Mr. Field received a copy of the RHV lighting study on November 5. And this is a study that SEMA was doing in respect of next steps on lighting. Were you generally aware in November of 2018 that SEMA was completing a study on lighting on the Red Hill?
I would be aware that they're doing it, but I had no involvement.
Would you have expected to receive a draft of the lighting study for any reason?
Not necessarily. The street lighting group was still in engineering at that time.
Mm-hmm. Did you receive a draft of the lighting study report in or around when the city received it on November 5?
Do you have any emails to that effect? Because I don't recall.
I do not. No, I don't have any suggestion that you did. I just wanted to know if there's other ways you can receive things by email.
Yeah, I would say that report, being very specific to street lighting, if they were having any interaction with the roads and traffic group, it may have been a lower level, but
Sure.
I wasn't involved.
Okay. The lighting study the draft of the lighting study includes a collision analysis and a summary, because SEMA did that, a collision analysis for the lighting study as well. Did anyone provide you with a summary of SEMA's findings in or around November 5, 2018?
Coming from the streetlight?
Yeah.
No, I don't recall getting that. They may have had discussions with Dave, but not myself.
Okay. Registrar, you can go to the next page, please, 117. Sorry, Registrar, to orient Mr. Solda, can you also bring up 116? You'll see at the bottom of 116, 290, that there's the beginnings of discussions about a kickoff meeting for the roadside safety assessment. And there is a list of the agenda and then the minutes of that kickoff meeting. And you're not listed as an attendee. Did you attend the roadside safety assessment kickoff meeting?
No, I did not.
Okay. And by the time of the kickoff meeting, when SEMA is properly engaged and is going to start working, did you convey to Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White that the city had a friction report?
Once I received that report, I would have had a discussion with Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, giving you a timeline of when that discussion occurred, or I don't recall. It wouldn't have been. I wouldn't say that was, it would have been in a fairly short timeline.
Fairly short timeline after you received the Trademan report?
Received it, yeah. I would have informed them we had it, and potentially talked about the findings in the report.
Okay. As you may know, Mr. Soldo, one of the primary questions that we have to answer is who received a copy of the Trademan report and when. So I'm going to continue to ask questions about your communications with Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White over time to see if we can nail down when you first told them about the Trademan report. But if anything in my questions triggers you to think, oh, that gives me some connection to the time that I talked to David Martin about this, just let me know, okay? But just stopping here on the RSA kickoff, did you think that it would be useful for Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White, who had lead on the RSA project, to have knowledge of the Trademan report and the Golder report?
So going back to my previous answer, that I had that discussion with them, not exactly sure in the timeline, but inform them of it. I wouldn't link it to the CMA report. I would just have that as, information sharing.
Okay, so sitting here today, do you recall that, or do you recall that Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White had had knowledge of the trade wind report and its contents while they were working with SEMA on the roadside safety assessment?
While they were working on the roadside safety assessment?
Yeah.
I would say they had knowledge that the report exists, that there were, lower frictional values in there, and that there was that the values on the link were lower than the Red Hill. I did not give them the report.
Okay.
Because it was being still finalized and all that, but they would have knowledge of, in general, the principles that or the findings of that report.
Okay. Did you provide them with a copy of the report, either the Golder report or the trade wind report, at any time?
I did not.
On page 117, Ms. Graham emailed Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White about a reporter from the Daily Commercial News who was looking for collision stats. And there's some back and forth, and she reaches out to Mr. McGuire as well. You'll see in that 293 and 294. Did you leave it to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White to deal with media with Ms. Graham's assistance in matters relating to the Red Hill?
Normally, it doesn't matter if it's RHVP or any other roadway, I wouldn't necessarily be involved in collecting collision stats or providing them. So this is typical practice.
Was there anything after you received a copy of the trade wind report or the Golder report that made you shift your practice in terms of dealing with the media?
Not necessarily. It's the practice that we had.
Not necessarily, or no?
I would say no.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to 124, please? And can you bring up 125 as well, please? So these are some internal emails that Mr. Malone drafts to his colleagues about communications with Mr. McGuire. Registrar, can you pull out all of 310, please? So you'll see that Mr. Malone summarizes for his colleagues a few different things. One is the RHVP link lighting report. And Gord, according to in this notes from Mr. Malone, Gord has concluded that it makes no sense to proceed with recommending an EA for only lighting because Hamilton is also examining a number of other major improvements on the roads. Were you aware at this time that Mr. McGuire's view was that it would make no sense to proceed with next steps on moving forward with lighting, given the other major improvements that were being considered?
Could you repeat that for me?
Sure. Did you understand that engineering services had decided not to move forward with next steps towards illuminating the Red Hill because they were also examining a number of other major improvements on the roads.
Yes.
You did understand that at a high level?
At a high level, there's a number of projects that are coming together. There's the outstanding OBL from council to look at widening of the Red Hill itself and the link. There is the previous recommendation through 1808, which says the council is consider medians in the future. There's this report which comes down with street lighting, and when you start to put all those together, to do an EA for street lighting would then also potentially impact the median. If you put a median and street lighting down the middle, you need new storm sewers. Well, if you're doing all that, you might as well look at what is the future state of this facility. So even if you do it do implementation and interim measure, that you have that infrastructure located in the correct location. And there's a complication related to the link as well. If we're doing a rehabilitation, you might as well look at what does the future state look like when you're actually doing the widening.
Okay. In respect of lighting, did you also understand at a general level that the next step in the process would be an environmental assessment?
For when you package all those things together, that would require environmental assessment. There's also environmental assessment that you would have to do for lighting. So instead of doing multiple environmental assessments, and given the sensitivity related to stormwater management, you'd want to do all those together.
Okay. At the bottom of this page, so this is from November 5, Gord and Edward will complete the report. Just looking above, there's the third paragraph from the bottom. The direction we'll be taking is for a joint report to council that will discuss the lighting review, but it will also be coordinated with input from Edward Soldo on issues, including roadside safety, and talk about the overall performance of the roads. And then jumping down to the very last paragraph, Gordon Edward will complete the report. And the intent is that they will conclude the report with a recommendation for funding to undertake a comprehensive review of the Red Hill and the link. And I think it's supposed to be complete, but it says complete functional evaluation for action going forward. Does that accord with your recollection of discussions you had with Mr. McGuire about next steps coming out of the joint report, which just be for a functional evaluation?
I'm not sure what he's referring to in terms of functional evaluation. It's a functional feasibility study that's basically looks at like a preliminary design of all of those following the environmental assessment process, and that's what we have underway right now. Functional evaluation, I think they may have, I don't know, looked at it from a different, that's a terminology I don't understand.
Okay. Just to connect some dots, and because you mentioned it, Registrar, can you leave up paragraph 310 in the way that it is now, but also bring up page 112? So Mr. Solder, you had said that you thought there was minutes from October 10 that deal with co-writing a safety audit report. I think that this is what you were referring to. Is that right?
Yes, except the terminology or whoever wrote
I understand that, you know. Not a safety audit, but a roadside safety assessment.
Yeah.
All right. I think you and I have stumbled on those phrases, or at least referenced the distinction between those phases a few different times. But I'm not sure I've actually asked you to explain the difference between the two of them for the purposes of the inquiry. So maybe we should do that. Just stopping there on that point. What's your concern with the use of safety audit report here?
It wasn't what we're actually undertaking. We were taking a roadside safety assessment, which is very specific, and I won't have you bring up the terms of reference. Final report, it speaks to the roadside safety, the use of the roadside safety manual to undertake an assessment of the existing infrastructure to ensure that it's actually meeting current standards.
How would you contrast that with what you mean when with the phrase safety audit?
Safety audit is, in my mind, is a real in-depth review of the safety conditions of a particular part of the facility, or you may go into, you actually get into like collision analysis, collision reconstruction analysis. It's actually a lot more detailed. That's not what we were doing. Okay.
And just so that I'm really clear, when we talk about a roadside safety assessment, does that include an assessment of the curvilinear characteristics or the geometry of the roadway?
That was what was done as part of this one. So there's a bit two parts with what we're doing. There's the roadside safety assessment, and as part of that, you're not only looking at what's there, but what are like the curvilinear issues that you might potentially have, those sort of things.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you say that's what was done as part of this one, you mean as part of the roadside safety assessment, looking at curvilinear issues was part of, in your view, part of SEMA's scope of SEMA's mandate?
Yeah, maybe we should bring up the scope.
Sure, I know we've actually moved a little far afield. And in fact, just because we have these documents up, why don't we just put a pin in that for a moment? We'll come back to it. So here, I just wanted to draw your attention. October 10th, you do say, or there is minutes that reflect co-writing a report with Mr. McGuire. And then by November 5, there is Mr. McGuire has conveyed to Mr. Malone that there is an intention to complete a report. And so that's accords with your memory during this period of time.
So that I recall that meeting that you have on the left side of the screen. That is actually a meeting, probably one of the first meetings of the Parkway Management Group. And that sticks out in my mind because of item number 3. That wouldn't be in there otherwise. So.
Okay. By November, in Mr. Malone's notes, he says this reference to this functional evaluation, and I think you said that's not language you would use. What do you recall about what the proposed recommendation from you and Mr. McGuire jointly was going to be?
If you look at 18008A, that's my understanding. We're proposing a feasibility study to be undertaken that looks at all of those elements,
okay,
including a review of the long-term sort of widening.
Okay. Mr. Malone goes on to say the recommendation will recognize that they need to do close monitoring of changes being made so that future actions are adjusted to optimize the original infrastructure. The improvements that are being completed, I think that's supposed to be being completed, and the improvements already planned. And then he says, and this is Mr. Malone's language, bluntly, this is code for seeing if the collision issues on the Red Hill are resolved with the new pavement. By November 5, was it your understanding that the feasibility assessment would include assessing collisions going forward to determine if the new pavement assisted with reducing the collision rates?
That's not what was identified as scope of work.
Okay, I am asking about this period of time and sort of looking forward. And I think I'm hearing your answer is to be no, that wasn't part of what you understood the feasibility assessment would include.
That is not what I understood to be the scope of work.
Okay. Did you concur that given the planned restructuring coming up, that at this point, the feasibility study would be looking to be a comprehensive review based on the new pavement?
The feasibility study is basically a preliminary design of the future potential RHPN link, incorporating widening and all those capital improvements. That is what the feasibility study scope is.
Okay. Maybe I'll take the question differently. Do you agree with Mr. Malone's characterization that by November of 2018, November 5, 2018, the plan was to see if collision issues on the Red Hill would be resolved once the new pavement was put down?
I don't know how he got this understanding, but that is not my understanding.
Okay. Registrar, you can close these two down, please. Can you, can you go to OD9A, page 130, please? We had started to discuss the FOI. So you were in, this is the FOI, this is the particular information sheet that contains the request at 315. Did you actually see a copy of the actual request, or at least the phrasing in this way?
Did I see it? I don't recall what I would have seen related to that. I
Okay.
don't necessarily deal with freedom of information request. Within the roads and traffic group, they come in, we have a person who coordinates the response in terms of gathering the data to freedom of information requests.
Had you had to deal with any freedom of information requests during your tenure at the city?
Again, going back, we have a process within roads and traffic at the time and now that which is an individual that's been identified to take the lead on dealing with them and pulling any data together. So in terms of your question, was I involved? Would I be aware? Most likely. Am I aware of all of them? Not necessarily.
That was my question, was not about whether you were, going and checking in file cabinets, but whether any FOIs came in from your start in July to this period of time, November of 2018, or if this was the first FOI that your team was going to have to deal with under your leadership.
Yeah, I can't tell you if that's the first one or not. Again, I don't have a lot of line of sight to the FOIs within the division.
Okay. Did you have any discussions in November of 2018 with Mr. McGuire specifically about whether the trade room report would have to be disclosed pursuant to this FOI?
Pursuant to this FOI?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily recall it, this particular FOI.
Okay. Did Mr. McGuire convey any anxiety or concern about having to release the trade wind report in response to this FOI to you?
I think so. Unfortunately, I don't recall this specific one in this sort of time frame, so I don't have a memory, or I can't recall anything related to it.
Okay, so recognizing that you may not have been directly involved in the FOI, this is the FOI that deals with friction testing over the last 5 years and pavement testing assessments and plans in the last 2 years. It's quite significant in terms of the trade wind report being responsive to it. And you're saying you don't really remember this FOI?
I believe there's a number of FOIs asking for different information in that time frame. So to say, this specific one, I don't recall. The specific one doesn't stand out to me.
Okay.
Again, I don't have a lot of involvement in FOIs within my division.
Fair enough.
And this is really asking for reports, drafts, correspondence, all work that's been undertaken by engineering, not work undertaken by roads and traffic.
So in your view, did the fact of an FOI to which the tradesman report would need to be provided play into discussions that you had with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire about how to deal with the tradesman report?
Sorry, could you run that by me again?
Sure. Did the fact that the city had received an FOI to which the tradesman report would need to be provided in response, did that play into discussions that you had with Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire about how to deal with a tradesman report going forward?
I don't recall any conversation related to that.
So you don't remember having conversations about this, or are you confident you didn't have conversations?
I don't remember that being involved in those conversations.
Okay.
So
You don't remember having.
I don't recall. I don't recall the conversation. I can't tell you if I was involved in those conversations. I don't believe I would be.
Okay. Do you recall having an impression that the timing of release of materials pursuant to FOI would impact in any way how or when your team and Mr. McGuire's team would proceed with disclosure of the tradesman report?
Okay, so let's break that down, because there's multiple sort of questions in there.
Okay.
It's the tradesman report and tradesman and the Golden reports are underneath the purview of the engineering department. They are the clients, not my department. So if it's dealing with disclosing that through an FOI, any kind of request, Gord would be dealing with that.
You were in meetings in which this was eventually brought to council in February. And it seems that, and we're going to go through this, many meetings in which the strategy of how to do that and the timing of how to do that were addressed in a group. And my question for you was the timing of the FOI part of the content of those discussions, to your recollection?
Between moving, sorry, just so I'm clear on the timeline. So like November 15th moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So again, repeat the question for me.
Was the timing of the FOI part of the content of the discussions about how to deal with the tradesman report going forward, to your recollection?
You're asking me very specific, and I can't. In terms of moving, when you say moving forward with the tradesman report, are you talking about going to council?
Yeah, I'm talking about the many discussions that eventually lead to the report being disclosed to council.
So are you saying, sorry, if I can just clear on the question, then you're asking, did the FOI impact the timing going to council?
or any of the discussions about going to council?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to take you through a number of meetings in which these discussions were raised. And of course, if you have any recollection as we go through the individual meetings, just let me know. Registrar, can you go to page 133, please? The Office of the Auditor commenced a value for money audit of roads in which Mr. Sharma was a point person along with Mr. McGuire. The audit continued into November of 2018, and this is some of the back and forth about the status. This is really just to give you a time frame that I'm talking about. In November, were you involved in any way in the value for money audit?
I was not.
Were you generally aware of the fact that the auditor was completing a value for money audit?
I was aware there was an audit underway, but I had no involvement.
Okay. We're losing you a little at the end of your sentence. I don't know if you're close enough to the microphone. Thank you. Commissioner, I'm moving on to another topic, and I see it's about time for our afternoon break. Would this be a good time to take it?
That would be fine. It's just about 3:28, is that right?
Yeah.
So we'll return, we'll stand adjourned until 3:45.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call up OD9A, page 157, please? And could you call out 372 and 373? Thank you. So we're into well into November at this point, Mr. Soldo. And on November 20th, Mr. Cooper emailed Mr. White with a copy to Mr. Ferguson, a draft report for the February 4, 2019 PwC meeting in respect particularly of the speed limit reduction feasibility study, outstanding business list item. And it summarized the SEMA speed limit study report that recommended the existing 90 kilometers per hour speed limit be retained. On that same day, you sent Mr. Malone a calendar invitation for a call to discuss RHVP reports, and the call was scheduled for November 30. What was the purpose of the call that you scheduled for November 30 with Mr. Malone?
It was to speak about the speed limit report that was referred to in 372 there.
Okay. It says RHVP reports, plural. Which reports, apart from the speed limit study report, did you want to discuss with Mr. Malone?
I believe that at this point as well, we have the first draft, I want to say, if you can confirm, of the SEMA roadside safety assessment.
That comes the following week.
Now, is there original draft at this point? I can't remember.
I know the first time that you received a draft is November 28. But the purpose may still be that you wanted to discuss both of them. Was that the intention, that you were going to discuss both the roadside safety assessment and the speed limit study report?
That's my recollection.
Okay. Were there any other reports that you plan to raise with Mr. Malone?
I don't believe they had anything else that they were working on for us at that point.
Okay.
I remember.
Had you had any direct conversations with Mr. Malone through the preparation of the speed limit study or the roadside safety assessment?
I don't believe I had any contacts with him about either one.
Okay. Did you, independent of these projects, did you know Mr. Malone? Okay. Did you know Mr. Malone personally?
I've known Mr. Malone for about 20 years.
Okay.
He's worked on various projects for me.
Okay. And so just so that the record, or just so that your evidence is clear, did you have any discussions with Mr. Malone while you were an employee at the city before this scheduled call on November 30?
So that's a pretty broad statement. I trying to think of what other involvement I would have had with him. I can't remember in that entire time, so I was paying if I had any discussions with him.
Okay. Did you have any discussions in advance of setting the appointment on November 20th about whether to raise with Mr. Malone the existence of the trade wind report?
To discuss the trade wind report with him, Sir Malone?
Yeah. No discussions with Mr. Malone in advance of that?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And what about discussions internally with Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, or others at the city?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. What are you referring to?
Did you have any discussions internally with anyone at the city before you scheduled this call with Mr. Malone, in which you discussed whether or not to raise with Mr. Malone the existence of the trade wind report?
I don't recall.
You don't think so? I'm sorry, you're
I don't
quiet
recall. I don't recall.
you don't recall either way?
Uh, I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 163 of OD 9A, please? And can you call it 388? On November 26th, Mr. Paul exchanged emails with roads and maintenance staff regarding the occurrence of collisions on the Red Hill on November 24. Do you recall on November 24, there had been an accident with a liquid asphalt spill?
I do. I was on site for a majority of the day, and it was a very cold day.
You were on site after the collision occurred?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that unusual for you to go on site for collisions?
Very unusual, but we have our biggest roadway being closed, and I felt it needed some senior level guidance because there's a number of departments that were being involved as part of that incident. So as the operations, director, there's issues there related to spills management. There's issues there related to water and wastewater. There's issues there related to traffic because traffic's going everywhere in the city because we had the northbound lanes closed and I think one of the southbound lanes closed. And then there's obviously the roadway maintenance perspective. So it needed a senior level person on site to manage the issue.
Okay. There had previously been accidents that closed the roadway, quite significantly before your time. Was it your view at this period of time in November that if there was a significant accident on the Red Hill, you would want to be there, or was there something special about this accident?
No, I think this is just my nature. And when I was working in London, we had road closures, and being the director responsible for that area, underneath emergency plan response, that's the norm to have an incident commander who's looking after everything there. There's no fire or police there. So then at that point, the response to that incident really comes down to Public Works. And as the director of operations or roads and traffic, you become the incident commander on site.
Okay. And Mr. Paul relays to his staff. Going forward, please let Edward know when there is an accident/incident on any escarpment crossings, RHVP, or link for any lane or road closures, no matter what the duration. A policy/procedure will be following shortly. We will discuss this at the next superintendent's meeting. Why did you think that a policy or procedure, let me start that question again, apologies. What policy or procedure did you convey to Mr. Paul that was going to be put in place? What was the content of that policy and procedure as you envisioned it?
Well, this was a great example of multiple departments having to respond, or multiple divisions as well, to respond to incident. And from an emergency management perspective, there really wasn't a clear procedure in terms of who's taking charge, who needs to be notified when, how do you actually, or who is responsible for notifying the Spills Management Center. So this was a coming together of a number of things. And then on the particulars of like escarpment crossings, having detours in place, this was a major traffic burden on the city in the downtown and in that area in the East End. And we didn't necessarily have clear procedures on how to detour people, where to ensure that they weren't going on some of the local roads as well. So, and I'll go back that up a little bit even more, also about communications in two aspects. That senior management's notified in a timely manner. I actually found out about this, unfortunately, through the media. Mm-hmm. And then I'm having a number of counselors call me asking me what is going on and how we're addressing it, which has been unfortunate because I can't provide them that information in a timely manner. And then making sure that we have procedures in place that also communicate these kind of procedures, these kind of closures out to local media, to, give the opportunity to commuters to find alternate routes instead of being stuck in traffic. So this was the genesis of what we have now is called the escarpment closure policy, which basically addresses all those things I just talked about.
Thank you. Did you seek approval from council to adopt the escarpment closure policy?
It's a standard operating procedure. It is not a corporate policy. It's a standard operating procedure underneath our transportation quality management system.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with city legal counsel before giving this direction to Mr. Paul about this policy?
So it's an operational matter. I did not have any discussion with legal on this one.
Okay. Unrelated to this incident, and Registrar, you can take down the call out. Did you have any discussions with internal legal at the city and the legal department about the Red Hill at all in November of 2018?
In what aspect of the Red Hill?
Any aspect of the Red Hill?
Any aspect of the Red Hill. Well, coming out of this incident, we would have had a discussion with legal/risk management about how we're dealing with the cleanup costs, those sort of things. That's one kind of sticks in my mind because you've obviously put up there.
Mm-hmm.
About the RSVP, I don't recall anything else.
Okay. Were you aware as to whether Mr. McGuire or Mr. McKinnon were seeking legal advice in respect of any issue on the Red Hill during this period of time, November 2018?
I wasn't, reviewing the documentation now. I was unaware of those interactions.
You're aware because you've reviewed documentation now, or you were aware at the time?
Based on reviewing the documentation now, I'm aware of it, but I was unaware of it at the time.
Thank you for the clarification. So Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire did not update you that they had sought legal advice on any aspect of the Red Hill in this time in November of 2018?
So are you referring to specific emails back and forth with legal? Are you referring to
No,
I may have attended?
I'm referring more, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm referring more generally to whether Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire advised you that they were seeking legal advice from city lawyers about any aspect relating to the Red Hill in November of 2018.
So that's a very broad question. Is there a way you can narrow that down in terms of what you're looking for?
Sure, I can start narrow. Did Mr. McGuire or Mr. McKinnon advise you that they were seeking legal advice in respect to the FOI that we just looked at a few minutes ago?
I was unaware related to that.
Okay. Did Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire advise you that they were seeking legal advice in respect to how to respond to the value for money audit that the Office of the Auditor was conducting?
I had no involvement in the audit, so I was unaware of that.
Okay. Does that assist with you with answering the broader question? Was there any other issue involving the Red Hill that Mr. McGuire and Mr. McKinnon advised you that they were seeking legal advice?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next page, 164, and also bring up 165, please? At the bottom of 164, you'll see Ms. Cameron, who is Mr. McGuire's assistant, exchange emails with you and Mr. McGuire, copying Ms. Eisbrenner, Mr. Field, Mr. White, and Ms. Wunderlich on November 27. And she says, I'm looking to make sure that this OBL item will be addressed. And then she references lighting on the RHVP in this report, ? And then she has a reference to February 14 Strategic Road Safety Program update. If so, I will move this item to the February 4th report. And then there's some back and forth. And Mr. White says board's lighting on the Red Hill should be going forward as a standalone report on January 14. And Roads and Traffic is also submitting the Bill 65 report, photo radar on January 14, as well as the RHVP and link reduced speed limit report on January 14, and the annual collision report on January 14. The Strategic Road Safety Program, including Vision Zero report, is going on February 4. And you chime in, that's not correct. We're just going to do one report that deals with the speeding issues on the link combined with the lighting and the next steps on the link and the Red Hill. I will come see you, Diane. So I'm trying to understand in terms of the timing. It's clear that Mr. White thinks that there are two separate dates of Public Works Committee meetings in which information is going to be provided. It looks like in one or more standalone reports. And you say that is not correct. So we talked a little bit about a joint report before. Why did Mr. White not know that there was a plan to combine the reports?
Please, could you maybe blow that up? That's really small. But when I'm looking at this here,
We can blow it up. Let me do that first. Registrar, can you pull out everything from the top of 165 to the next header? Yeah, right there. That's perfect. That might be a bit better for you, Mr. Soldo.
thank you. So my understanding was that we were doing a combined report that takes the work that SEMA is doing, the lighting that's going for the next steps on the RHVP. That is what I consider one report.
Mhm.
Okay. The report that's related to, sorry, what are some of the other ones here? The ASC starting built in 65. That's a separate report. The annual collision report and the strategic road safety, those are separate reports. So that was my understanding. And at this point, looking at David's email, those are still going forward as separate reports. We've been working on them in the background. You may recall the first versions were back in August, and we discussed earlier about how there was a number of significant changes to be had in both the collision report and the Vision Zero report itself. So those are proceeding. They've been updates being updated along the process, and at this point, we're still aiming for January the 14th. Now, we'll point out that this is November the 27th. And if you backdate the council submission policy, submission process in terms of when things need to go where, if you're meeting a report that's going to go to Public Works on January 14th, it has to actually be submitted into clerks by December the 21st. You backdate that. 1 week before that, it has to be into the general manager of Public Works on the 14th. You backdate that. It has to be into myself by December the 7th, which is about 10 days from here. You backdate that another week, it actually has to be all finalized, signed off, given to the manager, which is Martin White. It also has to be all circulated to whoever is on the submission list. So they're all different depending on the nature. So Bill 65 would have had to gone to legal. Some of these other reports would have other parties you'd have to circulate to. So at this point, on November 27th, I don't know what day that is of the week, but they're all cutting it close. If there's any reports going January 14th, you're almost out of time.
Okay. For the one report that was to deal with the speeding issues on the link, combined with the lighting and the next steps on the link /RHVP that you referenced in your email back to Ms. Cameron, was it your understanding that that was going to go forward on February 4th or on January 14th?
I don't change the date of the items here. So let's break it down. The speeding issues combined with lighting. So when is lighting identified here?
Lighting is identified for the 14th, and then
Yeah.
the speed limit reduction feasibility study is on February 14th.
Yeah. So I don't say that it's incorrect from a date perspective. So I believe at this point we're still aiming for the 14th, depending on obviously, having all that information done and having that report completed.
Okay. And at this point in November, as you are still edging close to the deadline when it would have to be ready for February 4th, who did you understand was going to be the primary drafter of the first big draft of this one report?
Who I understood was Gord. He was going to take the first crack. I remember having that discussion with him. At the same time, I'm not sure what, at this date what the status of that report was, but I was trying to pull together the other information that we may have needed.
Okay. Registrar, you can close the call out, and if you can go to 171, please. Thank you. So you'll see at the top of this page, on November 28, Mr. Ferguson forwarded an email that he'd received from SEMA enclosing a draft the roadside safety assessment to you. Mr. Ferguson had received that just a few days before. Do you recall reviewing the roadside safety assessment draft when you received it?
I remember going through the report itself, and I believe on the 29th, David and I have a meeting to go over the reports.
So you did it quite quickly, your review.
Well, trying to get this completed so that we can provide the input into the scope of work, because we had given SEMA a deadline for that, and then also ensuring that we have our reports done as well.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull out this draft that Mr. Ferguson sends to Mr. Soldo? It's HAM 35629. So I'm going to take you through a few sections, but just as a general comment, did you find the content of this draft to be what you were looking for? You said earlier that there were some deficiencies in the scope. Were you pleased with the content in this report?
I don't recall my first impressions of it. I would have quickly looked through it. Dave's managing the project, and I'm assuming he's taking it more detail. But my first impressions, I don't recall my first impression.
Okay, Registrar, can you go to image 15, please? The report contains a number of different metrics of collision review, including this one, collisions by road surface at the top of the page. Registrar, can you pull out the paragraph out of the 545? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. The proportion of wet surface conditions, SEMA writes, is noticeably higher than what was found in the 2015 review, 50%. which on that study had already been found to be significantly higher than the provincial and city averages of 17.6 and 22 respectively. Do you remember reading that when you were reviewing this report?
I will, yeah.
Did the increase in wet weather collisions from the 2015 report surprise you?
Remember, we had the annual collision report already in early August, so that number was already high in that annual collision report. And this is what is the data you're based on again? Is it the same timeline, 2017, or I can't recall? Does it identify what it is?
I can go to it. Registrar, if you can go to image number, page number 6, image number 12. So you'll see the very first line collision records were provided for the city in digital format for the 5-year period between 2013 and 2017. And then they removed some collisions out of scope.
Right, so that's utilizing the same time frame as the annual collision report.
So is that to say this these proportions did not surprise you when you received them in November of 2018?
Well, we've already seen those proportions earlier on in the annual collision report.
Registrar, can you go to page 23? Pardon me, image 23. So this is just a summary which takes various pieces, but you'll see the overall findings. Registrar, can you pull those out? Well, surface collisions were found to represent 64% of mainline collisions, 73% of ramp collisions, and presented an increase compared to the 2015 study. Loss control and speed too fast for conditions apparent driver actions were reported in 33% of the mainline collisions, 44% for wet surface, 56 for ramp collisions, 68 for wet surface collisions. And SEMA's overall finding was that these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Given the friction values that were set out in the Tradewind report, did you have any view about SEMA's findings that inadequate skid resistance and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions?
So I'll put this in context of the report, the other report that we have. So these numbers are not anything new. While they may be comparing them to 2015, we've already seen these numbers through the annual collision report itself. And in terms of the last finding there, inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, excessive speeds, we're already well aware of the excessive speeding issue that's been identified through the other analysis that we've undertaken in the kind of the highlight of the work that we've been working on. So this finding identifying inadequate skid resistance, that is, newer, or in terms of the finding itself. And then, so I'm looking at that, okay, it's a little bit new, a little different.
Did you understand when you were reviewing these overall findings, whether Mr. Malone had knowledge of the existence of the friction values in the Tradewind report?
When I was reviewing the drafts, I did not. But when we have our call on November 30th, there we discussed the Tradewind report. We talk about the data. That doesn't identify any concerns, and so at that point, I don't necessarily know it at that point. He's very familiar with the data, the way he speaks to the data, But looking, and seeing your records now, he already has the data from the treatment report.
I don't know what your last comment is in reference to.
I believe when we first started today, you showed me some emails related on August 30th. Someone forwarded friction data to Mr. Malone.
Right. So he had that's what you mean is that chart and then the 4 rows of friction data.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have any evidence to suggest that Mr. Malone had a copy of the actual trade wind report when SEMA was preparing this draft
No.
dated November
I
28th.
did not provide it to him. No.
Okay. And you didn't instruct any of your staff to provide it to him either, did you?
Not.
Now, at this time, and I know we've talked a few times about Mr. White and Mr. Soldo, where, oh, I'm sorry, it's the end of the day, Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson, and when you provided them with information about the existence of the trade wind report, not a copy, but information. Trying to pin it to this period of time when you have the draft of the roadside safety assessment. I think you told me you met with Mr. Ferguson to review it on the following day. So that would be November 29. Can you pin down whether by that point you had told Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White about the fact that the city had a report about friction values that suggested that they were lower than an investigatory level?
It definitely, by this point in time, we've had that discussion. Right, this is what, about 6 weeks after I was given the report. So, I appreciate you trying to find that timeline. It's definitely not this far into November. It's sometime between when I find it to maybe say first week or so, or even just say the beginning of November, somewhere there. It's not something that I was trying to not share.
Okay. As a matter of fairness to you, I think Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White, that their evidence was quite different on that they didn't have knowledge.
I did not provide them with the report, but we definitely had discussions.
Okay. Do you recall if was it one discussion or many discussions?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall whether it was a discussion with both of them together, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White?
No, I don't.
You don't remember whether it was together or separate?
No.
Okay. And did you give any direction about whether to share the information about the existence of the trade wind report with SEMA?
We were just having a discussion to normal course of business, so I can't recall.
Okay. Did you specifically direct them not to share a copy of not to share their knowledge about the existence of the trade wind report with SEMA?
No.
But you can't remember either way whether you directed them to share the information?
I wouldn't have told them not to.
Okay. The meeting that you had with Mr. Ferguson on November 29, in that, did you discuss the findings set out in the draft SEMA report?
We went over both the speed limit and the draft SEMA report. And this is where I was starting to formulate an opinion on I formulated an opinion on the speed limit study report and how I felt there was some inconsistencies between the work that was undertaken for the speed limit report and the SEMA roadside safety assessment.
What were those inconsistencies?
In fairness to SEMA, the speed limit report was done further ahead of this information. And I believe, we had a draft and they come up with their recommendations. In looking at the various speed methodologies that they had undertaken, there was one that actually had identified lowering the speed limit on the RHVP, and particularly, I don't know if it'd be a benefit if you brought that report up related to the northwestern technique.
Yes. Well, why don't you just continue with what your what your general summary is?
Thank you. So I was looking at that report previously because we've had it, for some time at this point, and I was kind of uncomfortable with the fact that one of the methodologies was actually recommending to lower the speed limit. Putting in context that, from my perspective, we have all this information that keeps talking about the fact that we have so much speeding. It's the cause of the collisions on it's our higher, it's a major cause of the collisions on the RHVP. And then this report identifies through one of the methodologies that you should lower the speed limit. And if you read that component there about the Northwestern methodology, it identifies the speed limit, the speeds that are currently out there. It also identifies that you through this methodology, if you have areas where you have higher collisions occurring, that's what's sort of triggering the lowering of the speed limit. So it was a very comprehensive report, went through different methodologies, but that one there, when I read it, it's like, well, why would you not recommend it? And then when you read through why they're not recommending it, it's because, well, that section, while that meets the target for using this methodologies, the two beside it don't. And they didn't want to implement it. Their recommendation was you wouldn't implement it because then you would have different variable speed limits. Well, they've broken the RHVP down into, I think it was like 3 chunks plus the link. And what comes to mind is like, why would you not go to the speed limit that's identified at the lowest level and just make all of it that speed limit? So I had formulated that opinion just reading the speed limit report, and then we get this report here that's related to the geometrics. It goes through some geometrics and all that. And I don't know if you can bring up, this is not a report, I guess these are just photos. So there's a section which goes through, I'm not sure if you can bring that up in the assessment. It goes through what is the design speed based on previous standards, what it is on current standards, and the curvilinear nature, which we know is causing potentially more driver effort that has to go through as you come down the mountain. And between Greenhill and I would say King or Queenston, it identifies that one of the curves, while it met the geometric standard when it was built, it no longer meets the geometric standard in terms of curvature. It only meets a design speed of 90. So I have the previous report. I already have concerns that they haven't gone and looked at reducing the speed limit because it's, it speaks to about increased collisions. It speaks to, the high operating speeds that are there. Then I get this second report here that, it's kind of new. It's like, hold on, it's like now the design speed is no longer 100, it's 90. And when you're at 90 kilometers an hour as your design speed and your posted speed is 90, while that is acceptable, that is not the standard. You want to have some separation between what is your posted and what is your design speed. You want to have the design speed to be higher, so that gives a level of factor or safety factor in terms of what you're suggesting that people drive, not necessarily what they're going to drive. But if you lower the speed limit in that location, then we would have that buffer. So between that report and the philosophy I just explained to you through the geometrics, I was pretty concerned that the report didn't speak to the speed limit above being dropped. And again, I don't know if they did not consider those geometrics in their speed limit study prior, because it was, in fairness to them, it was submitted earlier. And I start drawing these conclusions, pulling out of here. You know, my mind's all focused on, we need to reduce the speeding here. We need to have better enforcement. And if lowering the speed limit to 80 will help, we can reduce the overall speed at which people are driving. That would be a benefit or an enhancement to the safety of their HVP.
Thank you. I think that you referenced the design speed and the curve radii that are set out in this document.
That's correct.
The RSA. Registrar, can you close this down for this call out down and go to image 10, please? So this is the beginning of the design speed and curve radii discussion. And I think what you were referencing starts at least the discussion in the second full paragraph about the posted speed and then their operating speeds based on a speed study. And they say, based on this, the curve radii were reviewed for compatibility with the design speed of 110 kilometers an hour.
That's correct.
And then at the bottom of this page and on to the next page, there's our reference. Registrar, can you bring up the next image as well? To the curves and the particular radii for curves and the compatible design speed lower than 110 kilometers an hour. And they have 100 and 100 and then 90 at 3 different places. And then they go into the ramps. Is that what you were referencing in your answer just a moment ago?
I have to look through the report. I'm not sure if you don't have it as a PDF that we can flip through.
This is we can get it to you if you'd like to review it in advance of your Wednesday's testimony. Is that what you mean?
Can you go back or forward a page or look at the conclusion?
Oh yeah, sure. We only have about 2 minutes left before we wrap up for the day. So I'm happy to start with this when we come back on Wednesday. I just wanted to ensure that I understood that what you were discussing before is really in relation to the design and curve radii that are set out here.
Yeah, I maybe if I'll go back and look at the entire document just to ensure for next time.
Thank you. So my last question in the time that we have remaining, the reference to the inadequate skid resistance and excessive speed being contributive factors, the call out that we just had up, did that play into the consideration of whether to follow SEMA's recommendation in the speed limit study?
I've already had, my thought process related to speed limit study really was based on the report that came in before.
Okay, so you'd already formulated.
This reinforced that decision.
Okay, and in particular, the inadequate skid resistance along with excessive speeds, did that reinforce the prudence of lowering the speed?
I would say that all the information in this report had an impact on that decision in terms of reinforcing what I originally thought.
Okay, and the trade wind report friction values, did that also reinforce your original formulation?
Did it play in part?
Yeah.
Hard to not say that it didn't.
Okay, that hits us right to 4:30 today. Thank you very much for your time and attention. We're not sitting tomorrow, but so we have a bit of a pause, and then we'll be back on Wednesday morning.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm not muted.
You're not.
Okay, so then we will stand adjourned, as Ms. Lawrence says, until 9:30 on Wednesday morning. Thank you.
Thank you.